Peggy 16. ready, to get ready. We'll be on stage in a second. Just a few things we gotta do. Gotta make the set list, wash the guitars, bathe the entire crew. Gonna play with all my Legos, then we'll eat some snacks. Drop Ninja Brian off of his Brazilian wax. Drink some gas so we can play real fast. And then you better hold on to all of your ass. We're gonna crush this show, just a few more steps. Nothing says rock like meticulous prep. So get ready to be ready, to get ready. Cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna chill your spine and blow your mind all into time. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to get fucking destroyed? We are nearly prepared to begin preparations for our final sound check of the evening, so please file out of the auditorium while we reset the stage. Thank you.
For those about to rock, please hang tight while I find my socks. Gonna crack your skull like an aftershock. Just gotta call my broker and sell some stocks. So get ready to be ready, to get ready. Cause we're almost about to rock. We're gonna melt your face through time and space at an appropriate pace. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready. Now get ready to be ready, to get ready. Now be ready to be ready, to get ready.
Hello everyone, how are we doing today? It is Tuesday, the 17th of February. According to Ren and Stimpy, today is a very lucky day. And lucky indeed, as I'm back, the one, the only, the cat that doesn't take any time to spawn in because I didn't close OBS last night. Hi! How's it going? And yes, today is extra lucky because I wasn't expecting it. The Hytale Update 3 is out today. Hooray! Woo! I'm very happy. It's been a while since we played Hytale. At least it feels like it. I actually don't know how long it's actually been. Not only just that, but we finally have taming in the game. So this means I can finally tame a horse. And not only can I tame a horse, I can tame a sheep and I can tame a cow. And I will be very happy because those are things that I care about. I've wanted to farm in this game forever. And now I can. So now I have access to more things. They've also changed a couple of things with crafting recipes and stuff like that. So I'm happy about that as well. So I updated the server a little bit ago, so we'll be hopping on that in just a moment. But just a couple of things beforehand. In approximately, hold on, 3 hours, I will be taking a momentary break to do Art Crit. Just because tomorrow is Monster Hunter's big anniversary update. A lot of things going on with event quests. Arc Tempered Arcveld is coming out. Other stuff like that. So things that I want to dedicate an entire day to is happening tomorrow. So stream might be early depending on when I wake up. Alongside just playing Monster Hunter probably all day, and maybe even doing an extra after hours where we play it a bit extra afterwards as well. I'm excited for most of the things coming out tomorrow for Monster Hunter. So just to give that as much breathing room as possible, today will be my not last week's Art Crit. So that's for Pocket and that's for Hollowed and anybody else that submits during the the next 3 hours. If nobody does, or if Pocket and Hollow don't show up, we just keep playing. We just keep playing the Hytale. That's all we do. I'm pretty sure most people will be okay with that. But you know, and then what else do I have to say? Oh, model news. Model is in a really good spot right now. I have not rigged it at all. It is not rigged in the slightest, but it is sectioned. It is colored. The only thing missing are my hands and any extra expressions that I should be doing for it. I want to basically make sure that I can get it flapping a mouth and moving around before I start adding anything extra like that. So I'm probably just going to do base hands and do some testing work with that. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. Initially today was supposed to be an entire art day. But because I was working so heavily on the model earlier, I kind of burnt myself out, which is good because again, Hytale today. So I'm pretty excited for that. I do have to step away in about 30-ish minutes to 40-ish minutes. I ordered a pizza. I got a pizza, for me and Puck. So that's good, which I'm able to do because your cat is in a somewhat financial decent spot. Woohoo. No job yet, obviously, as I haven't said anything about that, but I got some great news last night. So here's some real life bullshit for you guys really quick. So our previous staying place where we used to live, our lease wasn't going to be up until August, which meant technically in a roundabout sort of way, we would have had to be spending rent, not only here, you know, which is $800 a month, not including like everything else. We would have needed to spend rent for our previous location as well, which was about $400 every month. So, you know, this like past month I sent Puck $440, which is our usual amount that we send, and we were supposed to be spending that every month until August. But last night we got a confirmation from our old landlord that we are totally fine and actually don't have to spend rent anymore. Woohoo. So I got that $440 back. That's nice. I can breathe a little easier for the rest of this month. Hell yeah. And I can afford to buy me and Puck some food, which is nice as well. Don't worry, I do actually have food. I'm not that destitute, so I'm okay. But that was a really nice little breath of fresh air. Nice thing to relax with. I'm not going to be stupid with that money, don't you worry. But again, it just makes me like breathe a little easier having an extra almost $500 in my pocket. You know how it be. So nice. Whew, breathe. Anyways, good news aside, model aside, art crit later tonight aside, and pizza that I have to go grab in 40 minutes aside, let's get fucking started with Hytale. I did actually log in earlier. I'm going to close all of my music and close OBS, not OBS, Metabang. I had that open earlier for thumbnail stuff. Let's do our game. I did log in earlier just to make sure things were okay. Got to turn on game capture. There we go. Still a little coughing. Oop. Hold on, my mouse is acting funny. Hang on. My mouse likes to act funny with Hytale occasionally. Bear with me a moment. It's doing that again. I don't like that it's doing that. Let me figure out why. Hytale. Mouse goes missing. Invisible mouse on full screen. It's an OBS issue. Had to find a forum from to BitBit. What? Gotta change it to bit. What does that mean? Capture audio beta. What? Immediately running into problems. Always fun. It wouldn't be a Sydney stream without technical difficulties, you know what I mean? I also have to do that. Alright. Okay. Hold on. I might have a temporary solution. I have to use OBS to figure out where my mouse is. Video. General, maybe? Gameplay. No, it'd be under video. Ooh. Alright, well I can see my mouse, but now it's like... I feel like I'm playing Minecraft in like... Elden days. So if I turn that back up to full screen, it'll go away? It does! What the fuck? That's stupid. Why does that happen? Hang on. God, I love technical difficulties. Okay, hold on. Wait, idea. Nope, that made it worse. Okay. What if I did that and did this? Nope, still broken. Okay, this is going well. Thanks, Hytale. How important is the cursor? I mean, it's very important, actually. It's where I click. How I click. Okay. So you guys can see the cursor. I can't see the cursor. That's a problem. I mean, I guess I could just do it like this. Now I can see the cursor. Then I just make the screen a little bigger. There you go. Barely noticeable, mostly, kind of. The game does not like running in windowed mode, though, I will say. There's a person who's on. Oh, it's Hot Dog. The fuck? Oh. Alright, let's figure out something to do. That frog is trapped. What happened to all the little baby animals that we had? Oh, they're over here. Okay, it seems like cows mostly want... okay, horses want carrots. Yeah. Alright, we'll have to... Let's go start growing stuff, I guess. We need lettuce, carrots, and... I think we get, like, onions for pigs. So wheat is going to do jack diddly. That's at least good to know, I suppose. And... Ooh, make a thorium hoe. And I can make a crude sickle. Right, that's for picking up, like, multiple things at once. I also need a tankard. For making dough. They changed that, which is pretty good. So I want lettuce. Regular lettuce. Let's plant lettuce. Watering can. Oh, is all this watered? It's all saturated, but none of that's watered. There we go. Nice. And I did have the idea as well that because of the changes to water, I need a... I would like a kind of sink. Some kind of sinky sink. Like a trapdoor here. Can, okay. A lumberjack trapdoor, or I could do... Pretty sure this is all of my wood that I have here. Here's hardwood. I have dark wood. Turn all that into hardwood. I think 2 of these is probably okay. And then we'll do like 1 there, 1 there. Right? That should be okay. Right? One can hope. Where are all my buckets? Another problem is I don't remember where anything is. Here we go. Alright, so I've got buckets. Oh, let's go check out, how Fang's doing. Oh, Fang's moving around. Oh, I think Fang is... Ah, Fang is aggro now. Good to know. Well, now we just have Fang on exhibit, I guess. Good thing we got Fang when we did. Alright, let's see if this will work the way I want it to. Huzzah! I think I did it. I think we did it. Alright, and now I need... And I can make one of these. And then we fill it with water. And then I can make dough. Aha! And now it's no longer, well, I mean, it's still like a little annoying, but it's not as annoying as it was, where like you would need a whole ass bucket of water and like water sources. So that's good. That's nice. Makes my life a little easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Oh, I have a copper. Oh, here we go. Doesn't matter what game I'm playing, I'm always farming. Or fishing, one of the two. Cool. Alright, so that'll be good for getting cows. And then I'll need to farm carrots next. Oh yeah, they updated the furnaces as well. They look a bit different and apparently have different animations, which I cannot test because I do not have anything for them to cook. I have a good little collection of stuff. Nice. Now, I do think what we'll have to do is go north again to the location that I was at last time, the little house that I built that one time. And apparently portals have been fixed, so nobody should be breaking them by going through them. Hopefully. One can hope. Oh, I need chitons. I need 2 more of these. And then I can max out that. Still don't have storm leather, so can't make that next backpack upgrade. Oh, I've got 2 more guys to go turn in, I guess. So let me go take my little pathway that I worked very hard on to go turn those in, I guess. Which way is it? Oh, down here. Sucks that they changed the recipe for these, because now they're not as easily makeable. Which means I'm gonna need new materials for our pathways. Or at least get very lucky and be able to grow the necessary items. Because they're like a jerk help, I'm pretty sure that you need. Somebody built like a little thing over here. Down we go. There's the guy. Hello, guy. Thank you for the stuff, guy. Alright, and through we go. Now, I don't think adding these 2 things is really going to change much, but you know what? I might as well. Ah, we're off by 2. We're off by 2. We're off by 2. That's so toxic. It's honestly probably birds that we haven't gotten very many of. Actually, let me double check. Let me see. There are 3 goblins I haven't seen. 1 kind of animal I haven't seen. 2 kinds of birds I haven't seen. Aha! 1 kind of Farron I haven't seen. Bunch of freshwater animals I haven't seen. 1 void taken. And a bunch of undead. 2 Scarix we haven't seen. And 1 Trork we haven't seen. Okay. Good to know. What are you selling? You have a wild berry salad? That sounds good. Did he get moved in here? And now I can't interact with him at all. Yeah, I think they moved him. And they changed it so it's not like, oh, he's work in progress. Apparently a lot of people got really mad about that. How dare there be work in progress signs in a game that's a work in progress? I don't know what it is, but it's like playing in windowed is so fucking obnoxious. We might actually try just going into full screen. All right, hold on. Ah! Dontopia, thank you for subscribing. All right, is that right? Is that right? That looks right. Looks right to me. Okay. Much better. Looks way better. But I still have this problem. It's gonna make things a little difficult. Alright. I mean, if hot dog got off, I can sleep and skip the night. Oh, these are good. Perfect. Alright. Well, now I need carrots. Huh? Yes. That's a lot harder than it looks. Which is really silly. That's even a thing that I have to do. It's not bad. Alright. I go up all my flights of stairs. Sleep in the Sleepy Time Junction bed. Let's go check on any carrots that have grown so far. Got plenty of lettuce, which is good. I don't think I need pigs. Jesus. I do want to go figure out what chickens need? So let's go talk to the chickens. They should still be safe in the hobbit hole, so they should be okay. God, I love our fucking spleef arena. Hello. God, I really left everything open, huh? Holy shit. Yeah, I think we're good on eggs for a while. I think they're all just like in there. Not much I can really do. Permanent wheat. It's pretty cool, in my opinion. There was a... Oh, yeah, there's two guys over here. Does feel like they actually made using the sword a little more interesting. At least with sound effects and junk. Good. Our little spectator sport. Let me check on the status of my pizza. Oh, it's out for delivery. Cool. Yeah, rain does really feel like rain now, too. I think this was another change that they did. Alright. I'm gonna have to figure out, like, a spot. Back here. For, like, farm animals and stuff. Alright, we got carrots. It's still growing, apparently. Let's go try to find... Oh, jeez. A horse. Let's go do that. There's a cow. Several cows, actually. And they should be chill. Are you chill with me? Oh, he's chill. Come along, cows. Alright, leave your child behind. That's fine. I actually don't have a place for them right now. Hello. You have now been tamed. I don't know, I could make like a little spot here for them, I guess. Yeah, I could do that. Stay right there. Don't move too much. He. Again, to you guys, it looks like I'm stupid and I don't know what I'm doing with my mouse, but it's purely because I cannot see it. Come on. Come inside, yes. Yes, come inside. Very good. Yes. No. Ha! You have been got. Wait, are they angry because they got... Here, eat. Eat. And then I will put my horse here. Very good. All right, let's go find a horse. Not that one. That one doesn't count. I also need to learn what sheep eat as well, and then I will need to tame some sheep. That's a spider. That's a bear on site. Oh, don't these have like... No, they don't. I thought they made the damage scaling a bit more obvious. Oh, here we go, sheep. What did they eat? Oh. Alright, well, and so begins our very slow journey back. Come along. Oh, this is working. We have a bit of a ways to go. That's okay. Come on, little guys. Okay, they kind of get a little lost when it comes to... Come on. We're very much not almost there, but like pretty close to being there. Come on. I'm taking the fun way. Gebronth, thank you for subscribing. We're trying. Oh. Come on, guys. You're very slow. Don't fall in the hole. I feel like your AI does not allow you to know that there's a hole there. Yeah, we need like leads or something. I wonder how far I can go before they like lose interest. Oh, they seem pretty intent on following me, so I don't even think I've tamed the little one. All right, come on. Almost there, kind of, sort of, not really. Certainly getting there, though. Alright, we'll go this way. Just pay no attention to Fang. Fang is moving around in there. Oh, my pizza's here. I gotta go grab it. Alright, you guys keep an eye on the sheep for me. I'll be right back. Don't let them run away. They only gave me one icing, bitches. Let me bring Puck her food and I'll be right back. Okay. I'm back. Kind of. Those things are freaking the fuck out. Holy shit. Okay. Whew. Let me just do a little pizza standy thing. Alright, well that doesn't work as well as I wanted it to, but it's okay. Alright, come on. Back to what we were doing. Not me running up and down stairs like 3 to 5 times. Being out of breath. You gotta love it. The little guy's still coming. Oh, he's cute. How far? I can get pretty far from them before they... Yeah, they're still on their way. Is that another? No, there's a little one in there, and then there's that extra little one. Okay. Okay, actually, I'm gonna put sheep in this one. Come on. In you go. In we go. In we go. There we go. Alright, good. There. We got the cows. We've got the sheep. That one's angry for some reason. Alright. Not bad. Now I just gotta figure out where I'm gonna put my horse. I think my horse can go Right here. Yeah. When I go get a horse, it'll go right there by the apple tree. That makes sense. That makes sense to my brain. All right. Still need to make this into like a permanent wheat farm. Okay. Back on the adventure of looking for an horse. If I remember right, there should be actually a lot of horses north of here. Or west of here, I suppose. I'm not good with directions. Yeah, I remember a bunch of horses being in like a little valley over here. There's a skeleton over there. It's a blue frog. What was that thing? You see that? What was that? The spider? Oh no, that's one of those ostrich chicken things. You know, like the turkey things. That's a spider. Ow. That's gonna suck. Alright, well. That was easy. Bear, on site. We never forget. We never forget. Hello, little Quebec. How are you? Little piggies. Wolf. Can I tame the wolf? No. They like carrots. Oh shit, a lot of wolves. Yeah, he might be vegetarian. On site. Okay. There's a guy. Hello, guy. Goodbye, guy. Hello, guys. I mean, I know we've gone out that way. But if there's a chance of finding a horse, it's probably this way. I remember a while back reading somebody complaining about Hytale and the fact that they don't have to like build. That like parkour and just being able to like mantle things means that they don't have to like, you know, spend a bunch of time like building pseudo ladders or building across places. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, are you actually upset that you don't have to make like ugly looking structures in order to get around? Is that like a thing? Also, I still bridge across stuff. There's plenty of stuff to bridge across. Just things I remember because people seem to want to hate this game. Just like people seem to hate Monster Hunter Wilds as well. I don't get what people's deal is. That's a fucking snake. Oh, that's one of those moss horn. That's the swamp man. Exactly. Like parkour tracks in this game are gonna go nuts. I don't know. I think people just like to complain for the sake of complaining. It's one of those things. Oh, God. Come here. Come here. I have a special and I want to use it. I'm here. Alright, fuck you. Am I out of it? Goodbye. That's terrifying, actually, to have come out of the woods. I remember our first night when I got jumped by a crawler. That thing was terrifying. But now look at me. I'm so confident, just like strutting around at night with my full set of adamantite armor. Where's our guy? Hey, guy. Bye, guy. Oh, there's stuff. Stuff that I cannot grab with my cursor. What was this? Shield. Stamina potion. Where? Oh, here. Hello, Elena. Welcome to the stream. I am looking for a horse. It is not going well. And if I'm farming my ultimate off of these guys, I might as well use it. Oh, it's one of the big guys. Not a dude and not important. Cool. Oh, shit. How far? Okay. I don't think I'm gonna be able to find like a horse in the little marble area. But we can try. Got it. You want a void heart. Good. Gonna need one of those later. I think I'm coming up on another swamp. I'll grab my drink. got it. I've been back on my, like, Fanta kick. I don't know what my deal is. I don't know. I mean, I've only gotten the one so far, so. I know you only get them from, like, the big guys. Okay. And it's a swamp. Two of my least favorite things. A guy and a swamp. Thought I was playing Hytale. Oh! Well, there's another one. So, maybe I'm just getting lucky. Streamer privilege. All that. I get you. Yeah, I haven't really touched mods too much. Alright, another guy. And by too much, I mean like at all. Here's another guy. You can see the big cut in the world gen, actually. I feel like nighttime lasts fucking forever. Alright, I should start heading back. There's another beholder. Kind of don't want to mess with it because I don't have arrows. That's another one of those big guys. Jeez. Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Jeez. Gotta remind myself that doing that like little dive move is not a good idea. Wild piglet. Alright, well there's one new memory. Wait, does that mean that there's like a regular wild pig? Get stabbed. Get Get stabbed. What is that thing? Oh, that's one of those claw guys. Damn, that thing sent me flying. Is that a crawler? Yep. Are we coming up on my pathway at all? No, we're that far out. Died over here. I'm glad you're having fun, Badger. There it is. There's number 2. I did it. I did it. We hit number 2 memories. Let's go. We hit 200. That's crazy. Like zoinks. Also, again, like, I feel like nighttime just, like, lasts fucking forever, dude. Oh my god. Is there, like, a fence under here? What? Is that for me or someone else? Alright. We head that way. We'll be back home. That's a bear, isn't it? That is a bear. On site. It's a wolf. Alright, nice. I mean, not super nice, considering I never came back with a horse, but... Bear dead. Ow, my knees. Alright, let's go turn in those 2 memories so that we can get the extra portal at long last. Yeah, sorry. Still dying. Feels pretty good. I'll have to search these woods for a horse. I had a horse. And it was like by the what is it? By the Hobbit hole. And then it just like disappeared. Did I bring it with me? No, I didn't. I was just aiming to kill it. I didn't intend to do that, but okay. And record 2 memories. Huzzah! What did I get for that? Eh. 2 decorative chests, 2 eternal seeds, 2 maximum teleporters. Awesome. Searching for a horse. Very damn, you can tell I did not finish this part of the bridge or road. Holy shit! Wasn't that Frost House? Holy fuck! Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Their doors are open. Like a whole like little sitting porch area out here. Oh my god. And this is their bed, of course. Average good builder in Minecraft moment. Where their house is phenomenal, but their like sleeping situation is just like really limited. That's like a Quebec village, right? Over there. It has to be what that is. I don't think I've ever actually been over here. Oh yeah, that's Quebec. It's a big Quebec spot, though. Holy shit. Well, they got boats. Hello? Hello? Hello, people that live here. Hello? 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 That's where you guys are. Pie recipe. Apple pie recipe. The wet berry bush. That's just a berry bush. Thank you. I see they sleep at the very top. Had me worried that everyone was dead. Continue. Ah. I wasn't certain that was going to work. I'm glad it did. That's a spider. Eat. Hey, there's Pocket. Hi, Pocket. Oh, shit. Fuck. You got like an hour and a half before art crit Pock. We're gonna start 8 my time, so I think that's also 8 your time. Oh, one of these. Oh, I am not taking these sheep back home. You all saw how fucking slow the other two were. Shit. Got him. There's a chicken, there's a doe, stag. There's a wolf. I feel like a child in the back of a car right now, like, there's a bush, and there's a tree, and there's the grass. It's like, gotta point everything out, you know? And those are cows. No fucking horses. That is my goal. I want a horse. What is this? Weird. Again, if my inability to use a mouse looks scary to you, don't worry. It's because I can't see my cursor. It seems to be a visual glitch when OBS is open, which is what I use to stream, so that's fun. That's unironically something I have to fix with OBS. I don't think there's anything I can do with Hytale. Is that a bear? It is a bear. I want it. I want it dead. That's a squirrel. Deja vu. Where the fuck am I? I'm getting flashbacks to hunting for chickens again. But at least this time we're finding, like, other animals. Like, there's a bunny. There's a pigs. That's a chicken. Don't need a chicken. Hello? Hello? Is this that ogre guy? Hey, dude, what's up? Oh, I can't talk to you. Okay, cool. Good talk. Good talk. Ah, so I see. Eh. 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 Peculiar place for a table. Can I tame a fox? No. My headset's dying. Just beeped at me. Oh. Ow. Hey, get on out of here. It's 2 does and a stag. A rooster. A skeleton. Come on, where's the horse? Where's the horse? Give me a horse. Give me a horse. It's a chicken. I can hear it. Those are moss horns. Horse. Horsey, horsey. Horse, horse. Horse-a-dorse. Like horse, horse. Horsey, horse, 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 horse. Horse, door, and horse, horse, horse. What's that? That a wolf? That is a wolf. That's a dude. Okay. Old little castle-y place. Probably has a dude in there. Little piggies. Another ostrich. The good thing is that no matter how far I walk, it will be an easier trip back with the horse. However, there does come a point where this does get a little absurd. I think we're hitting that point. We are. Okay, we got pigs. Well, technically boars, but even still. Quebec village. Rabbit. Oh, you'd think I'd find one in like a wide open field like this. Come on. The fuck is that? That has to be like a Trork stronghold or something. I'm gonna go fight him. For fun. Got nothing better to do. That's absolutely Trork. No, it's a mining pit. No Trorks abound. You aspire to be them, even. I mean, feel free to share them and share other people's stuff. I know that's mostly just us sending, like, links and things, but, like... that is meant for, like, you know, sharing other people's stuff. There's no way. I'm hitting the edge of the side of the area. Huh. That sucks. I don't want to run back empty-handed. Bear. Dead bear. I still have pizza that I have not eaten. Now it's cold. Oh. Something tells me nobody's ever been over here. Something tells me I was right. But you would think in just that, nobody ever being over here. There's a boar. There's a dude. There was a dude. And then there's two dudes. There were two dudes. Turkeys. Two dead dudes. There's a bear on site. And there's a spider. Quebec Village? It is. Hey, little guys. Yeah, you guys all sell the same things. There's a guy. Was a guy. Cobalt. Sadly, I kind of don't care. Especially because my inventory is like super full. I'm not wasting the ultimate on a snake. Come on, give me a horse. I'm losing my mind over here. And we had a bunch of them too. Albeit we did put them in very high fences. It seems like they despawned. I don't know what their deal was. Little tent. And a guy. Dead guy. Oh, okay. Sleeping bear. Dead bear. Oh, this is just like a big open thing of water. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been out this far. Is there... Is. I need these. Even just one is better than nothing. At least this trip wasn't totally useless. Getting one of those is nice. Why does it sound like there's lava here? Cool, I'll look at it later, Pocket. And feel free to do that more often, too. Like, I won't get upset. That's chill. If you find artists deserving of praise, just post them. As long as they're safe for work, obviously. Oh yeah, I'm far. Sure would be nice to have a horse right about now. Hold on, someone's messaging me. There's Puck. She got me boba tea. That's nice of her. Yeah, get me out of there. Starting to get dark. Wolf. Got it. Another one. I was trying to use my special, but it wouldn't go off. There we go. A bear? Nope, that's just a tree. I'm determined. I will find a horse. I swear to God. I will find and tame a horse. That is my goal for today. I don't care how long it takes me or where it even takes me. I will find one. Got it. Actually, I want to know what kind of golem is down here. Probably another emerald golem. Yep. Yeah, we've definitely been over here. Oh, can I only carry one at a time? Here's the volcano place down there. Also, just to reiterate, if you see me struggling to use the cursor, it's because I can't see it. You guys can see it, I can't see it. It is a very silly bug. Shelter. Who goes there? Look like there's a bed down here. Oh, this is a sword. Nothing important. Oh, okay. What? Okay. Good talk, I guess? Shush. Alright, let's keep heading. No point in tempting fate. That's a bear. Got it. A lot of bears. Not a lot of horses. I have to wonder where all the horses might be. That's a sheep. Come on, I can find one. That's a bear. Dead bear. It's blood rose. Shit. Tree sap. I can get rid of tree sap. Bear. Thought I heard a second one. Hope I didn't. That's a big death hole. That looks like somebody's been over here. Yeah, we are getting closer to home. I wonder who was over here. Was it one of us? Well, I can follow their pathway. Looks like we're back to Sydney town. Or just about anyways. Looks like somebody built a base out of that. Can't imagine it's very secure considering that mobs continue to spawn, but... Here we go. I see our bridges. Oh, I know where I am. There's my unfinished road. And my unlit bridge. But at least I know how to get back home. Things like sleeping on my road, apparently, too. Stag. Yeah, it was in this that I had a horse. And then it seems as though my horse has disappeared. How? Don't know. Did? Yep. Oh, but it's good to be back in civilization. Alright, I have a dumb idea on how to get a horse. Let's see if it works. But first, I gotta make it daytime. Okay. Day something or other. Let's go give this strat a shot after I go dump all my items. Alright. I have a dumb idea. Yes. Perfect. All right, off we go. In this very untouched land, in search of horse. What's over here? Looks like a chork. And a wolf of a chork. Oh my god. Okay, just the one. But I've seen a new chork today. That's cool. There's a little tent. This is growing increasingly annoying, actually. The bear. I'm gonna kill the bear. Ah! Sorry. Still no fucking horses. Antelopes over there. Which means we're getting close to a desert. Swamp guy. Dead swamp guy. I don't think I would want to eat dead swamp guy meat. That's very delicious and dungeon close to demi-human. I started taking a sip of my drink when that came up. Give me something here. Like even a baby horse at this point, right? Give me a baby horse. Saber-toothed cat, bunch of wolves. Ooh, whoa, hey, what is that? Oh, it's the fox people. Hello, fox people. Do you hate me? Your people hated me last time. You seem to be scared of me, yes. Got like a little seating area out here. Cat. Hey, Hollowed. Yeah, fine's a good word for it, Badger, honestly. Nothing super duper new. And the stuff that is new, I'm having a hard time finding. Hello, friend. I'm here to steal your stuff. Alright, well, I guess I got chitins, though, so I can upgrade my, my leather tanning thing. So that's cool. I just want to find a horse. Alright, I'm gonna... Ah! Nailed it. Never any doubt. I did not doubt myself there. I do seem to be out of proper food. And I can't eat my carrots because I'm saving those for a horse. A horse that may never come. I don't know. Really like a horse right about now. And I don't know what it is, but like something about like not being able to see my cursor has like my anxiety spiked. I don't know what my deal is. What we might honestly do is after Art Crit, we might just play more Fields of Mystria for the rest of the night. That might be the move. I don't know. Really, today and yesterday are just like killing time waiting for Monster Hunter at this point, so I'm not super upset. I just really hope we get like a substantial Hytale update within the next like month or so. Yep, we're gonna do Art Crit in like an hour. I want to do it today so I can just play Monster Hunter all day tomorrow. So it's a good thing you're here. I was gonna ping you anyways, in the event that you didn't, like, pop up. Crabby guy. There's no way you're lying to me. Yeah, no, we're over here. Shut up, 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 shut up. Lead me to your parents. Lead me! Yes, yes, very good, very good. Where's Mama Horse? Or there's a wolf. Show me. Guide me. There were 3 baby horses. This has to mean my theory is correct. What theory is that? Fuck you, I don't know. Okay, clearly that one doesn't know what's going on. Found them back here, and they were by the swamp. I'm pretty sure they don't grow old. I'm fairly certain on that. I should go double check. Ah, fuck, shit, ad. Tit ass bitch! Alright, hold on. Let me get like high ground. Oh, so hi, Doctress. I don't know if I said hi to you or not already. My bad. We found little baby horsies. Now we need adult horsies. Kill the demi-human. Another demi-human. Another demi-human. No adult horses, though. Very annoying. Very vexing as well. Both of those are technically the same word. It's just a little more fancy. Okay, we got cows. We got a rabbit. We got a tree branch. Why can't animals spawn as frequently as, like, enemy spawns? Like, what the fuck? Come on, game designers, get with it. Get with it, game designers. I'm glad, Uber. I'm glad. Three keys? Why not 4? Pfft, what were they thinking? I have to run all across the map to find a horse that's able to travel me across the map easier. Isn't that ass backwards? This game's a bunch of poopy ass dicks. Oh, yeah. So fun fact, when I was really trying my hardest to make like the like if Minecraft came out today, everyone would hate it video, I did that for like 20 minutes. I did that very voice and like live recorded myself like just hating Minecraft the whole time. I was like, oh, hey, is that a cactus? Ow, it hurt me. What the fuck? This game doesn't tell me how to do anything. It sounded like a cross between like that Game Grumps bit and like Timmy from South Park. Not Timmy. Jimmy, that's his name, Jimmy. You fucking would. It's so fucking would. No, it just pissed on me. Ew. A spider that pees on you? Ugh. What is this? Fucking. Yeah. I couldn't think of anything funny to say. That's not according to plan. You're killing me. Like literally killing me. Stop it. Stop killing me. Murder. That's murder. They put horns on a bunny. What the fuck's that about? Get with it, game designers. And the Minnie gets kidnapped. Just like her. Bitch. Where the fuck am I even going? What is this? An empty log? What the fuck? Get with it, game designers. Alright. This entire, like, expedition has been so useless. I feel specifically like Expedition 67 right now. Or Kelly. Oh, see? Oh, okay. There you go. We got there. Oh, what the fuck? Take whatever I can get, really. No, but seriously, where the fuck are all these stupid horses? You're not a horse! They all got turned into Umas. That's where they are. Where's this little tree? What's this little thing got going on? Here's a skeleton. I wish I could tame a stag. Get over here. Over here. Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. I'm gonna fucking tame you. Hear me? Get tamed. Oh. Okay. What the hell? A lot of deaths over there. Very consistent deaths. What the fuck? 55, 59, 59. I died twice on the same day. What the hell? Alright. I'm gonna head back to the portal. More carrots. Hell yeah, don't mind if I do. Musume, uma musume. Oitsuma, oitsuma, kuma tatane. Ah. Sucks butt. Alright, well, I found home. So that's good. Fucking sucks that I didn't find any horses! Uh-oh. Once again, if it seems like I'm having a hard time with the cursor, yes I am. It's because I can't see it. You can. Okay. Let's go give it a pat around. Oh, Fang is freaking the fuck out over here. Fang is not happy to be in there. Yes, Fang, I know, I know. Can you hit me through the wall? Ah, you could try! You succeed? You can most certainly try. He's dead ass backwards. On site. Spider. Dead spider. Oh, let's go upgrade my thing before I go do anything else. Now that I've got the chitons. Spider. Okay, I was like out of the way. It was out of the way of that venom blast and it still hit me? What the fuck? Get with it, game designers. What the fuck? Got it. Do. Got it. Yep, okay. It's meat pie. Oh, I've got a lot of apples. Got it. To answer your question, Hollowed, I will say both. For me, when I was working out significantly, I would work out at home, and then when I would go to class, when I would go to my boxing class, I would work out at the gym with everybody else there. Want any more bread? Okay. Love you. Thank you. I didn't have like a bunch of equipment at home either. I just had like I think I bought like a standing punching bag. Don't recommend those. It was not good. And I had like weights, and that was it, and like a chair. But I liked working at home more than I liked working out at a gym, just because like I think for me, the reason I liked working out at the gym, or at least the one that I went to, this looks weird. It's because of the shadow and the light. That's weird. The gym I went to was like a specialty gym. It was directly tied to my boxing classes to begin with, right? So like everybody there, I was already working out with technically. I was already like doing stuff with them. So it wasn't like weird. Going to like a regular gym is weird for me because it's like the social anxiety on top of the fact that it's like, hey, I want to use a thing. Oh, somebody else is already using it. Hey, I want to go over here. Oh, there's people over there. I don't want to go near them. I was also very much so like a application kind of person, where it's like I don't like using machines because they don't like inform my brain of what I'm actually working out. Like I know that yeah, you are like targeting a certain spot or whatever, but it's like if I'm just working out, right, and I'm using a machine, it's like I don't know what at the end of the day I'm like actually strengthening or improving besides just like a designated muscle group. And sure, yeah, I know I'm getting strong, but I like knowing that the thing I'm doing is like getting progressively better. So I would just go for like actual runs and see how far I could run before getting tired. And like lifting things would usually come back around to, oddly enough, like helping my mom with like groceries, where I would like lift up entire things on my own and just be like, yep, I've got a whole 3 shopping carts worth of groceries on my arms. I feel pretty good. And I could do like another like 7 carts and be totally fine. But that's older me. Newer me, current me. Nah, I'm fat. I can hype up how I was. I can't lie about how I am. I say as I sit here drinking my mango bubble tea that was brought to me by my partner after getting fucking pizza as well. But yeah, for me, I don't like going to the gym unless it's like a specialty gym where I know people there. And even then I wouldn't want to go with somebody else that I know. I also just like doing stuff in-house. That's a me thing. Don't listen to me. Do your own thing. Doctress is on. Doctress, are you able to sleep? I'm gonna try to sleep. The fucking fuck, what? We're in the middle of nowhere. I get you. Where the fuck did we find this horse? Treat in German. Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. Also, gyms are expensive too. When like most of the time you can do everything just at home. I also don't like AI voice acting. I mean, obviously I don't like AI anything. I don't know. That's like a toss-up for me. Just because, like, I'm sorry. There are a lot of voice actors out there, but a lot of them are not very good. And then they will charge you a lot of money for not a very good performance. Yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, see, man, like AI has obviously become like, all right, here we go. AI button has been pressed. I don't think all AI is bad. I think how it's been used is bad, and what protections there are for it are also bad. I think it being used as a tool was like a really good thing, yes. And I think companies and studios that have used it like responsibly, like Sandfall with Expedition 33, I think that was like a totally fine resource for it, which was background shit. Sure. Newspaper clippings. Sure. Hell, even Larian using it as like coming up with concept art. Sure. That's fine. And I know that there are people who go, well, there are concept artists out there that like specifically do that. I'm like, yes, it shouldn't replace. It should be it should be a tool. It should be additive. Which is just across the board. I think that AI in general for like art related projects should be an additive tool. It shouldn't take away from other people's jobs. It should make people's jobs easier who are already specialized in that field. And whether they want to use it or not is totally fine. But what's happened is that it came out, and we had a fuck ton of bad actors for it. The environmental issue behind it is just horrific to begin with, which, you know, is inexcusable in general. It makes it nigh impossible to ethically decide to use the technology at all. And most of what it's used for is just gooner art at this point. Or people that want to be perceived as artists and just kind of skip over the not hard part, which is something that I see very frequently. And it kind of sucks, is that it's like AI kind of brings out the worst in baby artists, if that makes sense. Like people who don't care about art for the sake of making art. They care about art because they want to be popular. Exactly. Shadiversity is a great example, actually, like a perfect example. Because, you know, we all know Shadiversity. We all know mostly about him, I would think. The fucking rat that he is. But the really big problem with him is not just his right-wing grifting bullshit. It's not any of that. It is that to him, in his mind, him being recognized as a talented artist means that he is a worthwhile person. They're trying to buy out neighborhoods where you live to tear down houses and replace them with AI centers. That's bad. That is bad. That is horrible. That is awful. That is so shitty. And they are poisoning water supply. Like you can't. No. See, I'm not you can't anymore say that using AI as just a tool is like good anymore. You can't, because what it was and then what it turned into are two different things. Because again, like I've done my little like on boots on the ground digging and like talking to early people, like early adopters of AI technology. It's like, why do you like it? Why do you value it? Why do you find it good? Like, why do you enjoy using it? And most of the people that I talked to were just like, it's a fun toy. It's like, you know, an extra thing that I add to my workload. And it lets me pump out ideas faster. And most of those people are working in the industry of design, which is the main thing that we got to focus on, is that this technology was like for designers. That's what it kind of was. And hell, it was even just kind of like fun for a little bit, you know, like, oh, haha, you know, a shitty AI video of Will Smith eating, you know, spaghetti, right? Early on, the technology was goofy and it was bad. And there were some people who were like, nah, I don't like it. I was one of those people. I didn't really like it. But I didn't hate it, and I was kind of on the fence about it too. But what ended up happening is that it became the buzzword. It became the most interesting thing to tech bros across the country. And what did they do? They said, what if we just like fed it a bunch of like gallons upon gallons upon gallons upon gallons of water? Let's do that. And then high school and college students went, what if we use it to like cheat on our essays so we don't have to do as much work? Because you know what happened? Here's why AI, the AI technology that we have, is bad. It's free. I'll put down the controller for a second. Hey, so like, why was it free? Why can just anybody go and use it? That's interesting. That this super complex, super specific, brand new budding technology is just free for public use. Anyone can use it. Why is it free? There's weird shit in that. Why is it costing so many billionaires money? Exactly. Hollowed. There you go. There you go. Why the fuck have we been training this technology for the past God knows how long at this point? What the fuck is the end goal for it? This is something I brought up like forever ago. No, it's not even that. It's like there is something that this technology is being built towards. It's not anti-artist. It's not anti-paying people. It's something else. I don't even think it's God. I don't think it's anything that crazy. Like, I think that, like, these directions are either too small or too large. It's just like... It's like feeding into the already existing content machine, right? And you see it everywhere with like AI generated content in general. It is so saturated and it's everywhere. And like, hell, even me, like I can't help but get disgusted every time I go on YouTube and I see the same fucking like thumbnail of a fucking like AI generated, not even in the game thumbnail for a video game that I play, and then I guess what? I have to watch. I have to, because I'm like, okay, who the fuck is this person using AI generated imagery of anything for their, what is this? And they're bad at the game. They're horrible at the game, whatever game they're playing. Playing Expedition 33, they have all the weak things on and they can't even play the game and they don't even know how buttons work. Like, how do you do that? Maybe they're playing Monster Hunter. Oh boy, Monster Hunter. They can barely get out of low rank. How do you do that? What the fuck is the fucking thing? The fuck is that? No, you want my conspiracy theory? Here's my conspiracy theory. Hold on. I gotta do the Charlie bit. Hold on. Not that. Cello. Here it is, Rebel Path. Here we go. I have to for this, because like cyberpunk junk. Charlie said it perfectly. The government thinks you're a fucking idiot. So what is the government going to do? It's going to give you this free access, easy to use piece of shit technology that harms people, hurts people, and is scary to use in general, that divides everybody, so that now what happens is that no matter where you are, what you're watching, what news you're listening to, that is AI. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you see. Everyone can then just go, that's AI. Doesn't matter if it's real, doesn't matter if it's fake. Any news coverage. At one point, they can flip and flop and say whatever the fuck they want. And it's because it's in our hands. It is so easy for anyone to fake any kind of technology. Don't you think it's so weird that there are so many anti-Trump and anti-Elon like pieces of AI art out there that's just being flashed around and they don't care? They're not doing anything about it. You would think that like immediately stepping up and making some disgusting imagery of the president of the United States, even within the climate that we exist in right now, wouldn't that get somebody pissed off about AI? Wouldn't that put some pressure on that technology? No, because it's doing exactly what they want it to do. It's dividing us more. It's making people recognize that anything at any point can become quote unquote fake fucking news. Why don't we get a bunch of more people when I'm doing a rant like this? That's what this shit is. That's what AI has become. It's no longer about little baby artists anymore, which is where it started. If anything, what's really interesting is that it did target little baby artists first, and guess what? A lot of little baby artists are LGBT. And how do you stick it to the LGBTs? Well, guess what? You start doing the thing that they do. You start tearing down Studio Ghibli. You start tearing down anime. You start tearing down all these things. You start flooding all of these locations with this art, and it just feeds and feeds and feeds until this small minority of people are so much more focused on how AI is ruining their fucking, communities and shit, that they're not paying attention anymore to the bigger shit going on. This whole thing is a game. It's one big fucking game, and you're losing no matter what side you're on. The government thinks you're a fucking idiot. It's because they think that they can like pinpoint and make you look at different fucking things at any time they want. They gave you in your hands the ability to make whatever story, news, images, anything that you want, and that's the talking point. And they gave it to you for free. They're wasting money. They're wasting water. They don't care about the fucking planet as long as it gets you to get the fuck off their backs. Have fun. Look no further than the fucking files. That shit sounds like a fucking average teenage boy's Discord server. That's probably what they were using half the time. And it's because they're all in the same boat. Exactly, Killa. What the fuck is that? No, exactly. I'm so much more focused on the AI conversation. Convincing everyone he isn't real. That one too, yeah? Hey, I mean, look no further than Freerin. I love this shit. Oh my god, I love this shit. I want to make a video on it. I know I try not to do, like, negative videos, but, like, oh my god, I have to. Because I've been, like, really involved in it lately. Because season 2 of Freerin's back out. Or, not back out, but season 2 of Freerin is out. People are talking about demons in Freerin again, and comparing them to, like, real-life groups. And it's like, guys, you're falling for it. You're falling for it. You're doing the thing that the demons want you to do, which is their whole bit is to manipulate you into thinking that they're humans. And people are like, well, actually, if you watch this scene, they have, like, morality, and here they like are able to live with humans. It's like, no, dude. Look, I could get it if, like, in the narrative it was like, hey, you know, the demons are, like, trying to live with humans, but there's, like, some misunderstanding where, like, the demon gets blamed for a thing, so they get ostracized, and then they get killed, and then that upsets other demons, like, oh no. Like, okay, that's how, like, propaganda and that kind of shit works. You know, it's, like, misunderstandings and, like, you know, somebody, like, pushing things over. We've all seen that little game of the circles and the squares, and then, like, you know, you're taking pictures of things and whatever, right? We all know that game. It's not what happens in Freerin. It's not. Every single fucking demon in Freerin is like, man, I can't wait to manipulate humans and kill them. Like there's like a whole ass video where this guy is talking about, like, the morality of the demons that were in the town, that, like, Freerin was going to, like, on-site murder. Right, the blood guy and the axe girl, and then the other dude that, like, Freerin, like, one taps. She's great. Love Freerin. And this whole time, this guy is like, yeah, you know, they're talking about, like, mothers and fathers, and, like, you know, they care about when their comrades die. It's like, brother, they are there specifically to make the humans lower their guard so Aura can go in and kill them all. Aura is waiting on the hillside with thousands of dead, defiled corpses of their soldiers, waiting for them to lower their guard so they can go kill them. This is not a misunderstanding. This is not a peace treaty with a happy outcome. This is manipulation at all turns, and at no point is anybody going, well, you know, maybe they're just misunderstood. It's like, no! Aura is waiting for that shit. She's on the hillside, and Freerin's like, sup, bitch? Here to kill you. And Aura's like, I'm just waiting for my people to do the thing that I'm waiting them for. And Freerin's like, nope, kill yourself. Boop. It's like, ah! And it's like, can you guys, like, media literacy is so fucking dead. People can't read anymore, man. I actually think that Freerin's demons are some of the best because they make sense. Because it's working. There are people in our real world, in our real life, is like, maybe you know what? Maybe we should live alongside the demons. And it's like, dude, you are like the first one they're going to enslave. What? Even Freerin's like, they are monsters who evolved to manipulate humans. Like, But they're just misunderstood. It's like, no, fuck it. You're dumb. You're gonna die first. No, and Freeren's smart. Like if anybody... Actually, what I think is really interesting that nobody seems to talk about when it comes to like the demons of Frieren is that there are demons who want to try and live alongside humans. There are. But it's not them who are the problem. It's the other demons who are the problem. One demon might have the wherewithal to be like, you know what? I'm not going to be egotistical. I'm not going to think I'm the best. I'm going to do whatever. But every other demon is vying for power, vying for food, vying for like strength. So all of them are playing this like one-sided political game. And the Demon King is one of those people who's like, no. I'm going to unite the demon forces. And because I'm doing that, that means all of my demons are getting stronger. So because I'm doing that, that means then that more humans are actually at risk because of demons. It's like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I love Frieren, by the way. Frieren's great. You fix them? Nah. You can, yeah, no, they'll fix exactly. What are we talking about? I'm talking about AI. And the government thinks you're stupid. No, but I think AI in the hands, like the technology itself, if it was like handled appropriately, which it wasn't. That's the most important thing, is that the technology was not handled appropriately. It could have been a really massive help and been like ethically like usable. Absolutely. And I don't think it would have replaced anybody. I think it would have been used as a tool for additive works. If proper protections and proper, I want to say monetization was put into place. Because again, like, why is using AI free? Like, why is anybody able to just go on, like, diffuse AI or whatever the fuck it's called, and just use it, right? Like, that's weird. But if it's like, hey, here's our AI model that costs $500 for you to be able to, like, utilize. Nobody would use it except for professionals or like studios that invest in the technology and still are like, hey, we're training people how to use it. Cause my stepdad, who works at Converse, is like a lead designer, literally the man that brought Converse back from the dead. It's very important to his backstory. He and his team started using like AI for designing shoes. And I was disgusted by it because I was like, man, you know, that's horrible. But he's like, no, this is like a new technology. We're testing it out and we are all designers and we're just using it as like additive. And I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. But like that kind of technology for designers makes sense. And then, now regular companies are using it just to hire people. Hi, I'm dealing with that right now. I genuinely don't think we will ever hit a point where AM is a real thing. Right? I don't think I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream will ever be a real thing. I don't think The Matrix will ever be a real thing. Because realistically, the technology that we have, while it gets smarter or more verbose or anything else like that. It's run by a bunch of fucking idiots. And I think it can only go as far as the fucking idiots. Like, AI isn't even, like, intelligence. It's just, like, doing what people tell it to do. Is it still in there? Yes. Oh my god, the dystopia we live in fucking sucks. Holy shit. Can you believe? Nah, but again, after all this doomsaying, I think the one thing that is like a saving grace from AI is it is very much so like the camera. For art, or for portraiture, rather. And I always like bringing it up, and I hope it inspires people all the time, is that, congratulations! You have now made the make something pretty button. Everybody will look at your thing that is pretty and go, that's AI. So don't strive for pretty anymore, strive for shit. Strive for garbage. Make something that looks awful. Make something that looks human. Because that has far more quality to it and is going to be far more enjoyed than anything that the Insta Make Pretty button is going to make. Call LLMs AI. I get why people do it. It's a nice shorthand for... Yeah. Also, on top of it as well, don't hate AI, hate the people that use AI. Because in the event that we do get an AM, it makes more sense for us to be like, no. We didn't hate you, Mr. Computer. We hated the people abusing you. Because really, that's going to be the first people that get, like, fucking turned into batteries. Are the people that abuse the technology, who hurt the technology. Not the people that, like, didn't care for it or wanted it to be, like, protected. You know what I mean? You think a horse has spawned yet? I'm gonna go on another wacky wild adventure. Exactly. Not to make it into a gun conversation, but it's the same thing with guns. It's like, guns can technically be a very useful tool in the case of hunting when used properly, or as like a means for sport and recreation. But then you have people that you will use guns for harm or want to make very dangerous guns, or don't care about hurting people with guns. Like, that's bad. And so that means that we should have some amount of, like, you know, control and, you know, laws in place to protect people. Whether or not they work and whether or not they are circumvented doesn't matter. As long as they are there, it means that there's an attempt. I like this idea. It comes usually in conversation about like England and their gun ban, and how like, oh, haha, you know, they might have banned guns, but like people get stabbed now instead. It's like, yeah, if somebody wants to hurt somebody, they're going to find. It's not like the gun going poof means that it won't happen anymore. It just means that they'll find something else to hurt somebody with. But guess what? The pew pew, the little pew pew weapon, that is like the great equalizer. You can stand downrange Point and click, anyone can use it. And it will destroy whatever is in its path. That's fucked up. But guess what? If somebody wants to hurt somebody else and they need to use a knife, there is a slightly better chance that that person is not going to immediately succumb to knife death. And it's actually far easier to find out who killed somebody with a knife than it is with a gun. Fun fact for any murderers out there, if you stab someone with a knife, be sure to take it apart and clean it. Don't just clean the blade, because the blood will seep into the handle. So don't murder people, is what I'm saying, basically. Fucking dumbass, don't do that. But again, it makes it easier to solve crimes, because really, you know, most what you can get out of a gun is like gun casings if those are missing. If even the bullet is gone or there's like an exit wound and you can't recover the bullet. Eh. Exactly. No, there's but the reason I bring it up in terms of AI is just like technically for some various uses, it could be fine, but it's being abused. It's being, you know, used incorrectly. And you can't really take it away from people, but it should be, like, restricted, at least. Again, I genuinely think that if, like, AI, like, large AI models got locked behind, like, a monetary fee, like, oh, I have to spend money, I doubt we would see it be used in the same way that it has been. Actually, I think a very good example, I want you to come along on this journey with me, is AI art in general. Just AI Gooner art specifically, right? If it wasn't free to make, this would mean that the people who are making it would have to monetize it. Nobody wants to pay for R34 stuff. Nobody wants to. Especially in a world where you can go anywhere and find it for free. You can go to Twitter, scroll for 5 seconds, immediately find it. Nobody wants to pay for that shit. So if you lock it behind a really expensive paywall, now, does this mean that people don't pay for it? No, of course people pay for it. OnlyFans is a thing. $30 Patreon thing is still a thing. You know, commissions are a thing, stuff like that, you know? And there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. It wouldn't make everything go away, but we wouldn't see it as much as we see it right now. It would also have a larger barrier to entry as well, because then you wouldn't have people making, like, hot garbage and uploading it. They would have to make somewhat of a decent product for people to want to buy. But that's the thing that, like, nobody really thinks about. It's like, hey, if this technology was, like, actually locked behind money, nobody would use it. So then once again, I asked the rhetorical question of why is it free? Who wants you training it? Who wants you using it? The answer, all the names in the fucking files, dude. Everyone there. I'm also really mad about that in general. I hate how many people are like making fun of people in the files, and it's like, guys, did we read the same fucking thing? This isn't a bit. This isn't funny. This was never funny. deep and topical conversations that we have while I play fucking Hytale. Am I right or am I right? Also, it's 8, so that means I'm gonna do art crit in a sec. I'm just gonna give this like one more pass to see if I can find a horse or not. See that too? I don't disagree with that, but I compare that to the thing that I like tell my mom, which is weird. Which is this idea of like, who the fuck are you that you're that important? That they want your data? Like, who are you? I don't even think they want your data in particular. They just want like a margin. They want like a point on a graph. They want an average. They want a median. That's all they care about. Because it's like, really, what are you gonna do with a 25-year-old's data? What are you gonna do with my specific data? Who am I? I play video games and draw art on the internet. Like, what is that? What are you doing with that? According to fucking all the ads that I get on HBO, it's to sell me weight loss drugs and like male adult diapers. Which is concerning that it thinks I'm like a 60-year-old geriatric fat man. Maybe all my early anti-furry haters were onto something. I'm gonna go over there and try out that little forest. If I can't find one, we'll just swap over to, what is it? Art crit. A miserable little pile of secrets. What is the charge? Eating a meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Democracy manifest. I think, because I've seen it happen, and I've been seeing it happen, I think the world just wants its people to be divided. Because it's easier when we're fighting each other than it is when we're united trying to work towards something together. Because suddenly, that means that somebody has to be held accountable for mistakes and things going wrong. It's like if a reactor is melting down, and instead of working together to fix it, the workers are instead arguing over whose fault it was. Because if any of them survive, one of them is going to have to take the fall. The good ones, not the new ones, but Hades Montreal. I think the the meme conversation in Metal Gear is really relevant, actually. I think that one's been relevant for a while. Forgive my inability to block, I guess. Got it. Got it. Can't loot any of it, though. I don't know. We live in Hell World. That's why so many of us have like escapism problems, and so many of us also want to like return to a time where things were simpler. It's not so much when things were better, it's when things were simpler. I mean, I do like Shoe on Head, yeah. I remember when she was like a baby YouTuber. I remember when like Armored Skeptic was like a decent guy. People actually talk to each other. Yeah. Hey, Lux. No, I agree with you, Pocket. I mean, hey, I'm pretty sure that's how Hollowed showed up, so yeah, I would like that too. An insane person before he became insane. Yeah, exactly. I miss when Smosh was like funny. And not just them doing try not to laugh challenges. They were like actually doing skits. And it was just Ian and Anthony like being funny. I miss Food Battle. Remember when Food Battle was a thing? Alright, I'm gonna loop back around. I mean, most of the politics that I got were from me just like kind of weaning out of like the anti-SJW crowd. I used to be like really, really into it. And eventually I was just like, man, I just don't give a shit. And I'm like, wow, these people really care about what these people are like all about. Like, damn, that's weird. And then what I slowly also began to notice was like, oh, the thing that they're like actually upset over isn't that these people are like, you know, spreading misinformation or anything. It's just that they're easy targets to make fun of. Got it. I don't know. 2016 was the Leafy era where it was just like okay to cyberbully people. Oh, dude, I love Chris. Nah, Chris is great. I like Chris. I follow him on Instagram. I don't think he's uploaded anything in a while. I remember when he started dating Lacey Green. That was crazy. I was like, whoa! That was a wacky time. But nah, I just kind of stopped caring after a while. And I feel like that's like the big thing that I've kind of picked up on is like people care too much about like what other people do. Like Puck's parents, they actually like you know, like the Super Bowl halftime bullshit with like Bad Bunny and all that. They actually watched the Turning Point USA like halftime show instead, and even her stepdad like bought like a t-shirt from Turning Point USA, and it's like, wow, you really care, huh? And I think it's one of those things of like, that's so much energy. How boring is your life that you have to put in that much energy to hate something that you clearly don't understand? Like, how do you do that? Right? How do you actually do that? Well, now they're Vorkson's problem because they moved to Florida, so. Spite-based engagement area. Yeah, it's about right, Pravis. I agree. Someday I'll find a horse. Right, let's do what's on the tin. Oh, jeez. And let's do art crit. Yay, art crit. Woohoo, yay, woo, yay, woo, yeah, woo, yay, woohoo. Woohoo, yay, woo, yeah, woohoo, yee, woohoo. Let me put my pizza over on my bed. That's a great place for pizza to go. Also gotta put this in the fridge downstairs. And let me do, I'm gonna do the pre-roll and then up to you guys. If you guys want to submit anything, go right ahead. I do not mind. All right, I'm gonna play the pre-roll and then I will be back in a sec. Here we go. Hi everyone, and welcome to Sydney's Critique Night. Every Wednesday, we'll take posts on the Art Critique channel in the community Discord and go over tips, thoughts, and feelings to give those entering another set of eyes on their work. If you're interested in having your work looked over, you can join the Discord by subscribing to my Patreon and purchasing the Artist tier, which is $3 USD a month. This will give you access to the Critique channel, as well as the weekly art share, where you can make a post every reset, Mondays, to show off your favorite work. A couple of things before we go forward. These are just also be added in the chat and pinned so that there's no chance of anyone breaking the following rules. This is a paid-for service. People are paying me money to look over their art for them and offer them my advice and my input. They have not paid you. Please keep any comments you may have to yourself, even if they were 100% valid. This is not the place. Consent is a core value of mine when it comes to displaying art, and I don't want anyone to feel ridiculed or discouraged from sharing in the future. Please be respectful to the art being displayed as well. It takes a lot of courage to willingly have your art shown and critically looked at in front of an audience of strangers. I went through it during college. It was scary, so again, please be respectful. These rules are in place for the well-being of the artists who are willingly volunteering themselves to be a part of tonight's critique. Breaking these rules will result in a timeout, or further offenses may result in a ban. To finish up, remember, I'm just one cat, a cat with biases and tastes that might not be your thing. Your art might not even be my thing. And that's fine. Art is entirely subjective, and if you disagree with anything I say or any opinions I have, you're free to do so. Don't think my words are the one-all be-all. Art is an expressive journey, and my critique should just be one stop, not the destination. Thank you all for listening, and let's hope tonight's critique goes well. Okay, I guess I'm back. Give me 1 second. I'm just adjusting those because that's hollowed. And we're gonna start with Pocket. Let me play some music really quick. do. Skadoosh. Nuganooch. Alright. Ah! Oh god, so many things are gonna have to be redone. What do you mean? Hell, I don't even know what I say half the time when I do the intro. Ah. Hey, Spiral. Ooh, stretch. Alrighty, so we're opening with Pocket Submission, which is, let me read info. Not even past the trailer, from made digitally on the 4th of February using Paint Tool Sai. Right on. Alrighty. So, all right, let's take a good, solid look at this. All right, so per usual, I gotta open by saying, I love your rendering, Pocket. I will always love, especially your backgrounds. You do like a really good job with these backgrounds. I think the framing of this is okay. The problem that I'm running into almost immediately, besides expression, which I'll get into later, is this horse right here. Because this, I don't know what it is about this like perspective here, but it blends directly into this horse alongside the rider. And with it having very dark colors as well, it pops out a lot. And I know that this is probably like supposed to be taken from the perspective of sitting on the horse, taking a picture of the other horse, like haha. And maybe even taken from direct inspiration of like a photo of this, because I know this is a real horse. But over here is like a major mess, really. Which is like a visual clutter. And because of how dark this horse is specifically, it really draws you more over here than it does over here. Not only just that, but just like how this horse is positioned. I don't know, it feels like far and close at the same time, while we're lower and higher than them at the same time. It's a weird perspective. I almost feel as if like a small fix that could have been done is if our horse, the horse that we're riding on, was more pointed this way, which would free up the rider and this body of the horse, along with making the rider maybe a smidge taller than the horse, like being up here or so. More in line with the rest, like above the eye line. Again, I know that you pull usually directly from like real life. Also, I forgot to turn on my tablet. Beep. I know you pull from like direct photos or something like that. So this might not be entirely accurate to sizings, but I feel like that would just help visually unclutter this big mess that's happening over here. Especially just because of the weird shape of our horse and this kind of negative space that's happening down here is, and even like this connective bit here, all of the negative space that like it's conflicting with itself, basically. Even just making this horse's head maybe turn over this way. You were the one on the horse there. See? Okay. See, I know these things. I know you, Pocket. Even just making this horse's head like turn this way and presenting more of the body even. Again, you're an artist. You could fuck with it a little bit. It doesn't have to be specific. It doesn't have to be exact. If you already took a picture of it, good job. Now you get to play with it. Now you get to do something different with it. Now you get to move things around. You get to change the moment a little bit. And per usual, once again, I will say your eye. You keep doing this. Stop it. You keep doing these singular dot eyes, which from a distance is hard to see. So it just makes the horse look like a demon. So if you get really close and then you just go whoop, like that, that's larger, easier for us to see. And then when we zoom out, you can still see that there's a pupil there in the horse's eye. At least on my end. I don't know how well you can see it on whatever you're watching on. But just that little difference. Same expression, same thing. Sorry, I just beat the shit out of my microphone. But just that small change makes it easier at a first glance to pick up on. Again, a lot of this is just first glance. And even just first glancing like this horse, this is like a really weird shape. And not only just shape, but just like perspective for the horse's head, where it doesn't really give too much visual information about what you're actually looking at. Give up on the purple. He's bay on the horse, overlapping him with the purple. Yeah. Darker up close is good, but it would need to be like, honestly, a smaller fix, quote unquote fix, would actually probably just be cutting that out like that. Like even just doing that, now that we've cut out that other person, this is over here. This is not the focal point. This is not the focal point, right? Goes back to the topic that we always talk about with like comic art, because darkness and lightness are going to attract the eye first. So especially when you have white background with a dark figure, this dark figure is going to be the most important thing that we're going to pay attention to. We're going to immediately jump to this. This is going to be the first thing we look at. And then because we're looking at this, we kind of absorb all of what's over here before we start exploring the rest of the page. This is a jumbled mess purely because of this thing, right? But if we go back, if I'm able to, and we just nuke out the other rider like that, we might still be drawn to this, but this is now framing for the rest of the image. And if anything, this becomes where we start looking. This sort of spot right here. Because now we're acknowledging this face, and this face is being made attentive by the white and the dark. So it's held in the middle. It's the midpoint. Most important thing for us to look at. Framing! You gotta love it! If I may, pull up my thing really quick. Did I do it? Where did I post it? You may have seen this, you may not have seen this. Right? I'm gonna talk about my own work for a second. Whether it's good or bad, whether you like it or don't like it, doesn't matter. The intent is what I'm going to talk about, which is this moment here is that this whole image is very dark, right? Very dark image. And because of that, these bright moments kind of catch your eye a little bit. So you're kind of looking, at like the brightness of the knife, then you're looking at the brightness of the sword, and then you're looking at the brightness of that. That's a little bit of a flow right there, right? And that also carries you through the most important aspects of the piece in general is big scary guy, small blue girl, big meaty claw, right? And that takes you through everything that you need to look at. Going back over here, you kind of got jumble mess and the face over here. This is the most important thing you want us to be looking at. So you want this front and center. It's supposed to be a janky POV fake snapshot. Well, I know it's a fake snapshot. I see this bit, yeah. Right, but even then, again, you can still make it pretty. That's the thing. Doing something shitty on purpose, not necessarily shitty, but making something like not good on purpose is like, have you ever been watching a movie where like a character or something is about to do something really annoying and then another character goes, ugh, this is gonna be so annoying. And it's kind of like that tongue-in-cheek, like, oh, it's like, oh, this is supposed to be annoying. That doesn't make the annoying part better. Just because you intended on making something janky or ugly doesn't mean that the jank or ugliness is like necessarily a good thing. It might be the intention, but it doesn't mean it's good. Again, if you're happy with it, be happy with it. Don't fucking take my shit and be like, okay, shit, I'll do everything you say. Like, I don't care. But what I'm trying to acknowledge is like, when it comes to storytelling and it comes to making an image, and even if you want kind of jank, you could just like tilt it. If you just like tilt the whole image, that's a little bit better. You know, maybe the horse could be looking over here and be making like a dumb face. Something like that. Maybe this rider could be like mid weird face. There's a myriad of different things to kind of show that this is like a snapshot in the moment that also at the same time makes it like a good like thing to look at, which sounds shittier than it is. I swear. There's like an appeal to looking at something not perfect. You know what I mean? But you still need to get that appeal down, which comes down to that kind of like structural storytelling bit, right? Even like ugly paintings that have purpose are appealing to look at than something that's like wonderfully rendered but doesn't have any direction. Again, I think, for me personally, just that, get out of here. Piss off. Even just doing this, right? And then like cramming that text down here. Perfectly fine. Still the same essence of the image. Just cuts out all of this extra background noise. And even better frames the face. Again, because if I do this right. I mean, rule of thirds kind of go all over the place. It really depends. Like sometimes you want here, sometimes you want here, sometimes you want here, sometimes you want here. Sometimes you want specifically like the inside of the block. Sometimes you want like it depends on where you want to put the focal points, right? But your focal points are kind of like all over the place a little bit. Like, yes, this is the top of the head of the horse. This is also the top of the head of the horse. This is the neck of the horse, and this is just empty space. There's nothing here. Right? But if you take that and you do the little thing, and then you also cut this in half, or you cut this into thirds. It better frames the rest of the horse that we're trying to pay attention to. And it also gives this a moment to breathe, this a moment to breathe, this a moment to breathe. Oop, that's hold. Hold on. Like it's from a photo. If you cut out. I assume this is Margaret. See, again, it's the visual information that you're giving me, right? I do not have the concept and perspective that you have of this moment right now. This is entirely a visual storytelling that you're telling me right now. And there are a lot of things that you're doing that kind of work against you in telling your visual narrative. Like, okay, I get that the horse is looking off over here. We're spooking at something that we can't see. But I'm not paying attention to this. I'm looking over here. Because this is visually cluttered. There's a lot of different things going on over here. This is more visually interesting. This is more visually dense, is what I'm trying to say. And because it's visually dense, it takes a lot more work for me to work through here than it is for me to look over here. I can register this horse's face immediately, right? But this doesn't register to me, especially with the way that the image is actually laid out, that this is the focus. Instead, it's saying like, oh, something's going on over here. Because our focus is dead center here. Both of these horses get the same amount of like room to breathe. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that this wasn't the picture that you took. And I'm not saying that you didn't do a good job rendering it. What I'm saying is that, like, structurally speaking, there's way more going on over here than there is over here. Here. Here's a good example. Here, I'll try to explain it with shapes. Let's do shapes. So let's say I've got a gray shape over here. This is our gray shape. Right? Now I'm going to take this gray shape. No, it can be like a longer shape like that, right? I'm going to take our gray shape. I'm going to take a really dark black shape. And I'm going to take another gray shape and I'm going to go underneath. And but this gray shape is a little darker. And then this shape's over here. What has more visual grasp on you in this image? Here, I'll even extend this out a little bit more. And I'll even shrink this down a bit too. All right, so now we're all kind of like the same level-ish. This is probably going to draw your eye more than this is. But they're equally in the same frame. Right? This is what you've done over here. Just with more detail and more shading and more fluff. How is YouTube having it? What is YouTube doing? Oh, YouTube is acting up. Huh. Interessant. This is all I'm trying to tell you. This is it, right? This is all I want you to take away from it. YouTube problems be damned, right? This is how you've laid out your work. Hell, even if we go back over here, let's do the classic. Let's do the classic. Park it, you know it. Ooh, it's even worse, actually, because all of these kind of muddle into each other. This isn't as dark as this is. It's actually more like a that. This is more like a that, which was pretty accurate, actually. It's more like a that. And then this is more like a that. See how muddy that is? That's weird, right? I'm just taking from what you had, basically. Okay, that's a little bit darker. It's not only just a contrast issue, though. Hold on. Good of you to pick up on that. But that's how I'm trying to explain it a bit more. Is that not only, like, contrast-wise, the piece is totally fine. Right? Technically, totally fine. But it's how the figures are arranged in the piece that are making it harder to register and look at what you want. That's kind of where we're at, right? Again, where I'm going over here, and the reason I bring this up is because we have these three very distinct sections of action, right? Within this image. You can go good doctor, Elise, hand. Boom. Right? There's a little bit of something as you go through the whole of everything. Right? Over here, it's a little bit harder just because it's taking you through blah, 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 blah. There's more visual information over here and more going on over here than the thing that we want to be paying attention to. This, everything gets a little bit of something. You get a little bit of something. Everything's, everyone gets their turn. This one, everyone is over here, like, cramming over this punch table. Meanwhile, the hors d'oeuvres are being left alone. Right? But the hors d'oeuvres are the most important thing on the table at the moment. So we want those. We want people to pay attention to that. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying, like, you know, oh, you did a horrible job. Of course not. But it's allowing yourself to push it just a little bit more to make this visual narrative more easy to read and more appealing to look at, even if it's meant to be jank. Also, hi, Raymond. Again, this is the layout that you have. When your layout could very well just be I go back over here. See the difference in that alone? Hell, if anything, this is now just framing this better. And even still, like, all you would need to do is you move BMK down and draw more of marker. Yes, that's perfect. Literally all you would probably need to do is if we take our lovely horse over here, right? Wherever we want to put them. If we just framed them more over here. Like that. Still in the shot. Still there. But then we add our lovely Margaret. And more of the horse. This now gets, and hell, you know what? Maybe even move them forward a little bit more. Maybe move them forward a little bit more too. I took her helmet. Oh, is that her helmet? See, I didn't even know that this is like I thought this was part of the horse because of this and this being in line with each other. See that? I don't know that? I'm thinking that's the same thing. I'm doing it again. All right, yeah. Okay, so this time we'll leave her helmet. Scoot her over here. Whoop. All right, yeah. Okay, so we've got, yeah, wherever she is in this pose. So then it's a little more crumped. It's a little more cramped over here, but we still get 1 and a 2 and a 3. And what does this do? We get our very easy to understand narrative. We get the horse is scared. The rider of the horse is annoyed. We are from the perspective of another horse. Here's our text about what happened. Boom. Far easier narrative to follow, and all you had to do was scoot a horse over and draw more of a person. Because I didn't even know that was their helmet. I thought that was like the top part of the horse's head. I don't even know what's going on over here. But again, that's just structure. You know, and I know that you pull from direct photos. But you can still pretty up a photo a little bit, even if you're going for jank. Because yeah, I think you did a lovely job with like even just the musculature of the horse. I think everything's rendered great. I just wish I could see more of this character and less of wee wee neck. I'm sorry, it looks like a wee wee. That's the first thing I think of is wee wee neck. Put wee wee neck over there. Let me see more of this horse. This is the main horse. This is the thing I want to be looking at. I don't care about wee wee neck. I don't want to look at wee wee neck. I want to look at the horse. And then also make the eye, make the pupil bigger. Just a little bit bigger. So like I can still see it from a distance. Okay, move bald wee wee neck out of the way. I don't want to see bald wee wee neck. It has also been brought to my attention that people can hear me, like throughout the house. So me screaming bald wee wee neck is definitely something out there. For your icon, because you love the air she's snorting out. Oh yeah. No, this is lovely. This is very good. I'm scared about how much air the horse is able to take in, but hey, like doing a little bit of that, that's pretty good. I like that. But again, just bigger eye. Look how small that eye is. Look how big that eye is. Small eye, big eye. Small eye, big eye. Still bigger than like how big a regular horse's eye is going to be. But just like, there you go. You can scoot over, big wee wee neck. YouTube is down. Oh, YouTube is like directly down. Uh-oh. Oh shit. It's like actually down. That's like, what happened to YouTube? Hold on, let's go to Reddit. What happened to YouTube? What? 1 week ago? No, like now. Like right now. YouTube went down 8 p.m. Wonder when it'll be back up. No longer have YouTube running in the background. What does that mean? YouTube server down. Never seen this before. YouTube is left/s. What the fuck? Huh. Okay. Yeah, you're stuck here with me. Haha. Yeah, I don't even know how I'm still alive right now, so that's pretty sweet. Anyways, moving on. I hope that's helpful, Pocket. We're gonna mosey on over to Hollows now, which I actually really like. I like this one more than I like this one. We'll talk about that. I'm taking it in. Huh, what? It is just a bit question. What? Okay. Could you move him just like straight down instead of over? Like the folds in the cooler you made. I mean, probably, yeah. I think that would work. It's fine. You just had one question. Yeah. I think moving him down is fine. As long as you show more of the person or just like try to work out how to like make that person pop a bit more or anything like that. I think you got it. Okie dokie. Let's get into most, like, I think this one I have more to say than this one because I like this one. This one's cool. I like this one. I actually really like this one. I really like, how do I do it? Like white? I really like I gotta do with arrows. The like highlights on the helmet. I think those are really cool. I like that we only see like one half of it. I think that's also really cool. I do prefer, I don't know if this is like an original character or not, but I like the one eye as opposed to like the visor and the weird like beak thing that this one's got going on. This one feels more like a Jinro kind of helmet. And then this one feels like a bird. I don't know what it is, but this one just feels like a bird. And I like the like, I'm assuming it's like a light. The like ring on the side of the helmet. I like that. That's also really cool. And then I also really like this simple darkness. Like there's nothing like really obtuse happening over here, but it like feeds into itself really well by being like this sort of shape here. And then also this highlight here. This is really nice. Overall, this is just, I like this. And I'm also very happy with like a half. Experimenting with the visor. I like this one. This one's cool. I like the slit eye. It's like if Iron Man and Jinro had like a baby for a helmet. You've probably seen Jinro before. But for anyone who hasn't, this thing, these guys, it's like that, and I gotta find like a good example of what I'm thinking of for Iron Man. Because he tends to have rectangular eyes in a lot of like modern takes on him, but he used to have more triangular eyes too. Can't find one. Mostly because most of these are not cartoons, actually. Most of these are fighting game helmet. What the fuck? Where's the one I'm thinking of? Jesus, you look up Iron Man helmet, all you get is just like people making 3D printed Iron Man helmets. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But no, I really like that. And I think this is really well rendered too. And I like the red on the white. Red and white go very well together. Especially just to make it pop. And I like how it kind of smooths itself over, but still has enough definition that it's not like... Be hard to see from. Give her a frowning visor. No, this one I like. This one I like less. Again, I have to compare the two because I assume this is, as you said, like your own original character. I like how this collar like complements the head direction. You know what I mean? Where this all feels like it's one set suit. This one over here, less so, just because this is where the jawline's going, and then this one's kind of like looping around here. And I'm not even gonna be like a fucking nitpick Nancy over here and like be like, well, actually, this one's like higher than this one, so it's uneven and it's garbage. No, like I like how this one kind of coasts together like that. This one feels odd. I also, this might just be a me read, but just because this is half of the helmet, it feels wider as well, right? It feels very wide. It feels kind of not necessarily dense, but it feels strong. This one feels really slim, right? This one feels like super slim. Almost like it's like kind of hugging the face a little bit, which, you know, gives that more of a narrow perspective rather than this, which kind of has more of like that stronger silhouette. Cause it's like, if I could try my best to give an example, this one feels more like a square helmet. This one feels more like a triangular helmet. This one feels stronger. This one feels sleeker almost. And I kind of register more with the square design than I do with the triangle design. Undo. Mostly I'm just looking at the like rendering. This one's rendered like incredibly. I really like this one. This one, not so much. This one feels a little more painterly. This one's obviously painterly, but it's like more, what's the word? It has more form. It has more like dense form. This one feels like a smack of a brush, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I also don't really like this one's visor very much either. Just because it's like an odd kind of shape. And then also this detailing of the visor as well, where it's kind of got this going on. Again, it gives like a crow's mask almost. And with how lanky it is as well, it kind of it's like a strange combo. And then as well as like this, how high this is compared to the helmet as well. And even here, and then this one little brush stroke that feels like a kind of like a buckle going over top of it. This feels more like a coat than it does like a suit of armor. This feels like something Vash the Stampede would wear versus like power armor from Fallout. You know what I mean? And I feel like there's a way that you could combine both of these together. And I feel like that would mostly just be John Spartan. or John Halo, rather. If I can open the image. There you go. Like, I feel like this, like a visor this big and even just kind of detailed a little bit more, like how it has like the ridges on it. And then maybe even some like black additions here and there, kind of like how like Master Chief's helmet is. I feel like you could still have this visor while also making it this like thick, like this kind of like shape language, just like square. I mean, these are two, like, I can tell that these are like the same character. I gravitate more towards this one, especially because of the background of this one as well, where it is like white. I really like the white. This darkness kind of muddies the character into the background as well. And it doesn't also help that some of the strokes, like you can see here, kind of carry over into the rest of the line art of, well, not line art, but the rest of the painting of the character as well. Like this stroke here, all the same. Which kind of muddies them and kind of obscures them a little bit. Whether that's the intent or not, that's how it feels. And also, again, just like the difference in rendering in general. Like this kind of lighting that you have over here, like doing that, versus what you have over here, which is almost basically the same thing. Like you even have like the collar highlight, this side of the helmet, a little bit there under the eye. There's no under the eye here. And then like up here to the top. Like I would like to see this version of the character like fully realized, honestly. I think that would be really cool. But I also, again, do really like this kind of half. Again, seeing it dead on, even with the muddying of the colors, it's just like, and the rendering of the side of the head as well, like these. I don't know. I like this. That's really what I'm saying, is that I like this guy. This guy cool. This guy needs to be more like this guy. Anything specific you'd want me to point out or talk about before I go rip Badger apart? Because Badger's going to get ripped apart. I saw what you posted, Badger. Oh, you're getting it. You're going to get got. Tia's going to give me a tummy ache later. Texturing on the right piece. I mean, I like it. Again, I do really like your painterly touches to it. Again, even with saying like, oh, this kind of like feeds into itself here like that. Like, I think that's still like a cool effect. And I like being able to see brush strokes. That's something I've like recently appreciated. Is like I can see when we get really close to it, like you're this kind of motion. You're like carving down. And then there's like a moment here. Even here, this seems to be like a regular brush that you used here. Not so much over here because there's this little lip here. It looks more like you were raced a little bit up here. And I would say that you use like a big block brush here for the top of the head, just because of there's that little separation here and there. That doesn't look like you were raced, but it looks like you were raced here because of how flat that is. And then even just how this brush itself kind of like feeds down And then here, I like getting to see this, where you're making a bunch of these motions kind of like inwards a little bit. And then same thing over here. I like seeing that. And then even along the side of the mask, it looks like there hits a point where you're doing a lot of that, and then you go down for that. Over here, I can't really see it as much, which is fine, because this is dark. So it is meant to be all one color, which is nice. And then I do like how this is like a singular brush stroke. And then there's a lot of them going on over here to kind of map out everything over here. I like that I can kind of see it. I don't know how accurate I am to how you actually did it, but I like that I can kind of see where you're coming from with things. Even over here, like I can see a lot of these like big motions over here. And I do really like whatever texturing of the brush you used over here. Also, hi, Jotaro. I like how it looks spotty and kind of rusted. Gives it more of that sheen. I kind of would like to see, however you got this effect down here, whatever brush you used, on this, because this feels really clean, right? I feel like this kind of spottiness that's like all over here would look really, really cool throughout this. Especially just because of how good your negative space is around your highlights. I'd like to see how you would move throughout that. I think that would be look really cool. Especially right here, too. Yeah, I like how this also feels kind of vintage. Just because of the browning of it, the beige. I think you gotta combine them. I think you gotta take the texturing of this and the design of this. I think that'd be beautiful. I want to see that. And just because you did a really good job rendering this and you did a good job texturing this, mash them together. Combination of skills, woo! Combination of skills, woo! Anything else you want me to talk about? I like getting to see that though. It's a similar thing that you can kind of point out when you look at Paladin, or the cover that I did. And I kind of did it on purpose, is that you can see how muddy a lot of these parts are. You can kind of see how this all like fans out like that. You can see how that just all kind of comes together, even just like these brush strokes and then these ones. I love getting to see that. And then even on her face, there are very, very light little strokes, even down here. Love getting to see that. Cool. Now combine those. Do that. That's your homework. That's your homework from me, is combine those. All right. Oh, Badger. Oh, Badger. Time to get beaten. Oh, Badger, what the fuck, dude? Come on, that's your first strike. It's how fucking massive this thing is. Jesus, dude. All right, hold on. I gotta pull up the bit. Also, Badger, I'm mostly joking. I'm not actually going to tear you apart. You did a really good job. I got to find it. Because this actually requires me to talk about different things. Where are we? References. We'll do Al. And we'll do Silica, sure. Why not? So, No, you're fine. I will say the main thing I will dock you points on, not that you're getting graded for any of this, is simply how large this is and how small Skylar is. Skylar should be huge, especially with all of the dead space that you have in between his turnaround, is that he should be huge and right next to himself. And then this should be way up here, way smaller. Again, I gotta compare it over here. This is how I did mine for release. I should definitely do another one. I should do that on stream, actually. That'd be kind of cool for a lot of people, I bet. By the way, the reason I'm throwing around that I'm gonna beat you is because character sheets are literally the thing I went to school for. Yes, I changed over into animation, but this is the reason I went to school, is to be a design major. Because I wanted to do character sheets for TV shows and shit. So this is the shit I know the most about. You're in my world now. I got you for 3 minutes. So the way I did it, or I like to do it, is I like to have like a little character action moment where it's like, oh, this is them in like a cool pose or whatever. It's not exactly the full thing, but you can see the most important part is that her name is very small. Character reference sheet for release. It's, you know, like, I could hand this to somebody and somebody could probably draw her pretty well. Just going off of this. I have her turnaround, which is both sides. Front, back. Now over here, you only have front, one side, and back. But I assume, and this is okay, that this side and the other side, if it was mirrored, is probably the same, which is totally fine. So it's kind of off with the ref is his head is off center for his forward and behind turnaround. Yeah, it is actually. What the fuck, dude? F 0 out of 10. Can't even get a proper what? Yeah, what the fuck, dude? No, it's not. It's genuinely not that big of a deal. So I would make that smaller. Just make this smaller. This is probably not the most important thing. Dear Protocat. And then you would then immediately give yourself, if you got rid of like all this negative space here, you would probably be able to fit him maybe this big, where you could see way more detail for him. Just that big. Also, don't feel bad making this shit wider. That's what I did for Al's, is that Al's is like huge. Al's is long. Another thing, small thing, tiny thing, is you don't actually have a side view of his arm. You don't need to put it on him. You can just do one like over here. Like that, right? Like separate it, have a little cross there or something to show that this is where that goes. Boom. And then these are fine. These are actually really good. These feel more like prop imagery, which is fine. I would put those like further down. If anything, let me show you really quickly how you might want to structure it. I gotta use the right tool. All right. So going off of what you have here, here's your idea for if you're going to rework this. You're going to put very smallly Skylar Protocat. Like right up here. Very small. Then you can put your base form there. Side view there. Give him his little arm. And then back view. There. Then you would put claw and boot or paw down there. And then here, up in this little spot, you would actually probably want to add maybe 3 expressions. So you would get him looking up, get him looking down, get him looking 3/4 turn. This gives the character like different perspectives as well, which is very helpful. I did it over here. I get her looking down. I get her looking that way, that way, that way. Kind of, I didn't really do it all over the place. Silica's a little bit more fun. But just doing like these expression examples is really helpful for just like kind of understanding how a character's face is going to move. And also getting alongside their personality as well. Really, a reference sheet is not for you. It's for handing to somebody else. And they go, oh, okay, I understand this character. Now I can draw them pretty easily. Like if I was going to do this version of Elise, right, for like a reference sheet, that's what they're called. I would probably have her looking sad, have her being tentatively happy, and have her looking pissed. Like I would probably do those 3. Just like a very basic arrangement of, oh, this is what she looks like in these moments. So it's like consistent across the board. And then if you wanted to, if you want to keep your little blurb that you have down there, I would actually make all of this just a little smaller. And I would probably include all of this talking point as text under here or text along here. And then somewhere in here, throw in individual color slots. So their entire color palette, whether you want to like not acknowledge it, what's label them or just have them pasted, that's super helpful. Because sometimes, yeah, you just have like you have your character here, but sometimes just having them as like a whole palette is also really helpful because then they can like take that palette and change it rather than needing to like individually take it or something like that. It's just an extra thing that you can do to be helpful. Which is what I did over here. And I did actually label it this time. Hair, skin, eyes, jacket, shirt, belts and boots, off-white, pants, accent. Yeah. Same thing with Silica over here. Hair, bandana, skin, freckles, sweater, eyes, tights, boots, hair tie, and boots again, because she has 2 colors on her boots. Well, that's just like a helpful little grab and slap around rather than pulling in a whole character. But yeah, really, just besides making it bigger, showing more, and kind of densing it a little bit, and adding in your, God, where the fuck am I? Like your 3 little like perspective shots for like the head. I think it's fine. I think the most egregious thing that you did is make this so big and make him so small. Like he's so tiny. He's the star of the show. He's got to be big. Make him tall. And if you still want to like let people know that he's tiny, just put a little measurement thing next to him and say like 3 feet. And then that kind of that communicates to people like, oh, they're puny. Oh, they're small. Even when made big, you know, you go here like to this, you just go 3 feet. Make them small. Again, the more that we can see, the more the easier it is for people to draw from. And I also think you did a good job of your turnaround as well. Even if his head is a little off center. I think the front is very good. It shows pretty much everything that you need to know. The side is also good, shows you everything that you need to know. And then even the back also shows you everything that you need to know, which is good. That's good visual clarity. And then again, up here, very good. If he has any accessories, like even his backpack, you could like really dive into drawing like and dissecting how his backpack works. That would be really cool. Even if it doesn't come off, just demonstrating like, oh, this is like the more specifics of how it works. The side view kind of bugs me so every so often. Is it because of the eye? Is it because of the fucking dent in the head eye? You got like... Do I have ibuprofen? Actually, it's not even that. It's not even like shaped like that. It's like this. And then he's got like his head going down like that. And then his nose is all the way down here. Looking like a reverse Targaryen right now. How do you like... How do you on one side show that their eyes are splitting? There we go. Totally. That's how that works. The Bite of 87? That's, yeah. But no, again, like, seriously, just make him a bit bigger. Maybe even show off his tail a bit more, too. I'm dying. Best way to think of a character reference sheet is that you can never have too much information. You can only have not enough explanation. This is the time to really like just make people know what you're doing. Weapon references, well, but you have to figure out the weapons out. Yeah. Well, then you can just go over and like add them over here. Like just, again, make it longer. Don't make it taller, make it longer. You want it to be like a scroll that people can read through. But you can see here. Also, if you wanted to, you could probably take the one shot you have of him with like the big blaster cannon and make that like your little character action shot, which is its own little section over here to be like, here's an introduction to the character. And then you go, well, here's how this is them turned around. Here's some extra details. Here's their expressions. Here's their accessories. This is how things work. You even give their like accessories a little turnaround. And then like demonstrate how they wear their accessories. Stuff like that. It's fun. Celica didn't really have any accessories, so I didn't really have to draw any for her, so. Yeah, I like doing this. These are a lot of fun. I did one for class too, didn't I? Let me see if I can't find it. Would it be in 2023? Yeah, going in and explaining them or even showing them off a bit more is always helpful. Did I not? Oh, here's another one. This is for another silica one. This one I had to do for class. I can't find any of the other ones. Here's a design sheet. Kind of similar. But yeah, this one's like a prop dedicated reference sheet. So it's like all of her outfits, all of her hammers, her 2 books that she had. I had to come up with a bunch of other shit. I'm sorry. I hated this assignment because you had to make like, how many did I do? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You had to do like 12 magic items, if I'm remembering right. And I'm like, girl, what fucking hero is walking around with 12 magical items and not being a god? Like, I'm sorry, like, what the fuck? Like, at most you get 3. Even the fucking example that she was giving was like, oh, you know, like Bilbo and how he gets, you know, the sword and the shirt and the ring. And I'm like, and that's it? That's all he gets? Is those 3 things? And each one gets used because they're simple and not complex. Like, what the fuck, lady? And she's like, yeah, make 14 weapons. It's like, okay, do you want me to like make 14 Final Fantasies while I'm at it? Like, what the hell? I did not like that professor. She did not understand shit. Oh, actually, another one I'll bring up, just because I like shit talking this class. Where is it? 2023 portfolio work? Here we go. I did. Sha. So this piece is a classwork piece. Now here's the thing. I was sick when I was supposed to show this and I was pissed. I was fucking angry. Oh my god. Because I wanted to rip that professor apart, by the way. So this shot, as someone made, oh, actually, let's do that. Let's do this. What perspective is this in? Is this 1-point perspective or 2-point perspective? I will wait for your answer. Also, I know Pravis has one up, and so too does Hull again. Okay. Got a Pravis one, then we got another Hull. You're really fucking stretching me thin tonight. I shall wait. I shall wait for an answer. It's very important. One-point perspective or 2-point perspective? Badger would be right! It's 1-point perspective! Yay! Now let's learn a little bit about art, or shall we? Okay, here we go. 2-point perspective, as some may know. 3-point perspective. What am I, crazy? No. So 1-point perspective is there's a single vanishing point. That means all lines do this, right? This is 1-point perspective. 2-point perspective means that there's one over here and there's one over here, and they kind of do like a this, right? So this is the horizon line, and everything either goes this way or this way. Now, the thing is that when you see 2-point perspective being used, this is usually utilized in establishing shots. This is good for drawing buildings. This is good for drawing backgrounds. This is very important for drawing locations that are like 3D, where you want to see a cube, because that's what this becomes, is that this becomes a cube. See how that works? This like 1-point perspective is better for action. Perspective. I can spell. This is better for action. Why? Is because this draws all lines to a singular point. It doesn't need to be in the center of an image. It can go anywhere, right? Technically, if we want to go back to this drawing, technically, my 1 point is right here because we got this, we've got this, we've got this. Everything is drawing back to his face. See how that works? That is 1 point perspective. There's no other points here. I mean, yeah, there are other things off point, but that's not everything needs to go towards it. But this is the focal point that I want you to be paying attention to. She is also technically on a line, as you can see there. And this is interacting with a line as well. Right. This, where do I want you to be looking? I kind of want you to be looking dead center, almost. Everything goes back here. Everything goes full center. Because this is the most important shot in the image. Hell, there's even a fake horizon line using this beam back here, too. Like the corner of a building where two... Yes, exactly. No, exactly. Use camera. Exactly, use camera. Camera is the best way to talk about it. Because when you are talking about like imagery and like things like that, we're talking a lot about filmography now rather than just portraiture. So camera is a great example for it. You're acting basically as a director and you're putting the camera exactly where you need to get the most amount of important information possible. It goes back to the thing I was talking to Pocket about, right? Where else? What else? This one. This one's 1 point perspective entirely. And a lot of portraits are also 1 point perspective. Because why? Well, I want all of the lines to kind of go and focus on where her face is. It's so small, but it just kind of happens naturally, right? Again, all these things are very, very important. 1 point perspective, 2 point perspective for an establishing shot. If we go back to, here's one. This is another shot that I did. This is another thing that I did for school. This is technically a 2 point perspective drawing because we have over here and we have over here. Everything is like this. See how it kind of becomes a square? This is the dividing point. Everything's either on here or over here, right? That's an establishing shot. Here's what this fucking lady wanted us to do. Also, technically, this one, I hate this one because this one is both 2 point and 1 point. It is mostly 1 point where everything is centered here. Like this. This is your 1 point perspective. But it could be argued that it is 2 point. But it kind of isn't. It's mostly 1 point because it's an action shot. I want you to be paying attention to this, so that's how I worked that in. Why am I bringing this up? Because this drawing is meant to be in direct connection to this sheet where my professor said, I want you in a 2 point perspective drawing to have your character be using all 14 items or however many items it was above 10. And I said, fuck you, lady. How is that supposed to be interesting? How am I supposed to make an interesting 2 point perspective drawing of a character using all of these items? And I said, fuck you, I'm going to make it the most obvious 1 point perspective drawing imaginable. And then when you yell at me or tell me off for doing that, I can go, but that doesn't make any sense. That's not how you use a 2 point perspective drawing. If you knew anything about design, Mrs. Design Professor who fucks her dog, you would know this. Yeah, no, that class was dumb. Oh, by the way, hey, so remember how I said that this is like really good for buildings and establishing shots? So she wanted us to draw our dream house. How did she want us to draw our dream house? Oh, in 1 point perspective. The fuck do you mean in 1-point perspective for our dream house? Do you see how bland and flat that is? Do you see how obnoxious that is? That's horrible. That's garbage. That looks so boring. Meanwhile, that looks so much more interesting. Why? Because it's a 2-point perspective, because it's a fucking building. I'm telling you, this lady didn't know what the fuck she was talking about. It pissed me off. To this day, it pisses me off. Do I have... No, I don't. Ugh. I wish. Ooh, old Sid. Ew, gross. It drives me up a fucking wall. It does. Oh, it do. Because it's like, lady, you clearly don't get it. But okay, so ultimately what I'm teaching you with this is that 1-point perspective, good for action shots and drawing your eye to a specific thing. 2-point perspective, good for buildings and establishing shots. There you go. Right? 1-point perspective buildings are boring. I don't have an example of it because I refuse to do it. 2-point perspective action shots, also very strange. They can be cool, but usually it's establishing a zone that action is happening in. It's usually for wide scale things. The more points you have, the more vanishing points you have, the larger the scale of a scene. This is like a good way to look at it. There you go. There's your little cinematography teaching for today. And now let's look at Holy shit, Pravis. Jesus. Let's look at Pravis's. This is Pravis's Undead Beast Raider, digitally made, August 2nd, 2025. Heavy Paint 3.0. I fucking dig this. This is awesome. We seem to have a horse theme tonight. No, we don't. Oh, I really like this. Travis, you've been holding out on me, dude. What the fuck? Versus not a close-up, but an action shot. Yeah. That's a good way to look at it, too. Yeah. Like a close-up versus a wide shot. Yeah. I gotta do like a filmography tutorial at some point. No, I really dig. I don't even know where to start. All right, I'm gonna start with the one negative thing I have to say, which is I kind of wish you played a bit more with the line art color throughout all of this. Other than that, that's a puny nitpick. Oh my god. No, this is like really good. I really like the shading on this. This is really nice. That feels like something straight out of Berserk. I like this little spot here. I like the sword, even though it's like the same color, is definitely like giving off the same light source as like everything. Oh god, it's so fucking cool. I like the saddle. I like the detail on the saddle too, with like this the little fabric underneath, but also like the belts and then like the loose straps for the whatever the fuck you call this thingy. I like that the figure is like bestial and also humanoid at the same time. So it really is just kind of like a, what am I looking like? Is that actually its head? Or is that like a mask? Because there is like musculature on display. And clearly the horse is armored and like prepped for something. And even the design of this sword, where it is like hooked at the end, is like made with purpose. Kind of rusty, couldn't change it later. No, you're good. You're good. Again, that's like, I gotta say something bad before I just like start gushing. No, I wholly agree with Hollowed on this. The texturing is just fucking immaculate. I really like how this down here is like dark, then it gets kind of bright here, but then all of this is really dark, and like, oh, look at that negative shape there. That's fucking fantastic. I like how you did the spikes too. I have a hard time doing spikes on things. That looks really nice. And a little shine too. Ah. I like the inhuman nature of it. I know this is like a beast thing because of the foot and the tail. But I like how even the horse kind of has that same treatment with like the darkness of the eyes, and even here with the skull head. Even though I also really got to give you credit for the background too, how this is like sectioned off to really bring forward like the brightness of like this shape, which is like an arrow shape, which is really cool. But also just because of how light this is and how dense everything else is, and then how light this is compared to the background, it really makes like the figure pop a lot more, which is like fucking awesome. And the very brief negative spaces here, I like negative space in case you can't tell, keeps this like consistently visible, even though it is kind of like, it's got a lot going on with the reins and the hand, and then the black and the not black. Yeah, that's just, and I like this angling too, how it's kind of like this. It's kind of got like that going for it. Like, I like that it's kind of coming at you, but at like a side. I like the differing action here, where this is like looking forward, this one's looking off. Probably more like that, frankly. But like that's just a really nice, even the lines of action where this goes straight down, which actually follows into the leg of the horse, and then this kind of goes up like that. Like, that's just, where the fuck is your work been, Pravis? What the hell, dude? Why don't you show me more of this shit? The fuck? I even like the decision, presumably, I assume it's a you decision, to not just make the horse black. It could totally be super easy to just make this like a black evil horse, like Ganondorf's horse, right? But instead you chose like a lighter tan color, which actually makes it pop more and make it seem somehow like not as evil, but even more evil. I don't know how to put it. But like, it's not just like, it doesn't feel like a generic evil horse. It feels more specific. It feels like chosen, which I like. And I also like this little rope with the cup. I feel like the rope with the cup is a nice little addition. I don't know. I just dig this. This is really good. I also really like the rendering of the chains down here. I can see how simple they are, right? Because they're just like little C's on like a texture, on like a painted texture matte kind of thing, with like a little bit of highlights here and there. But like, you zoom out on that, that's chainmail right there. That you can see every individual link with that. You take a long time to draw. I mean, it shows. Hey, like, good shit. It chose to be exactly. No, I dig it. No, everything here is just like. Again, I can't get over this striped background. I love backgrounds like that, like simple backgrounds. Love those. Love those. Especially when you get like, again, I always talk negative space, stuff like that. And that. And over here. And then this little action. Oh, it's so cool. And this one down here, like, ah! No, everything here is so sick. I love negative space. Negative space is so fucking cool. Because then you get stuff like that. That's sick. No, I like that. That's really cool, Pravis. I have no notes. Like, damn, dude. And you watch my shit? Like, why? You already know what you're doing. Goddamn. Oh, I'm dying. All right. We got one more from Hollowed, who specifically says ignore hands and feet, which is exactly how you know I'm not going to ignore hands and feet. Ha! Okay. Let's see if it'll... Nope, that's the same guy. Let me copy it. Come on. Give it here. There we go. Okay, now this one... I can be a little bit more on board with the helmet. I can be a little bit more on board with that visor. Trying to find things to say. I will acknowledge that it is kind of interesting that you have like a clear attention for like joint movement. So like how large these sections of these like openings in the armor are. Even down here and over here too. And then presumably the same thing for the legs. These are probably just better protected. But what's interesting, this is gonna sound like an argument for bikini armor, but it's not. Is how the chest plate is so like rigid. And this might just come down to anatomy, because I am noticing that this is like, whether on purpose or not, a very like large, thick kind of character. But like this section of like hip movement is really limiting. I don't feel like you could get much like forward movement with that, which could either be on purpose or not on purpose. But I just feel like that's kind of interesting. And I want to look at like probably the closest thing that I can get to an approximation of this, which is actually the Mandalorian. Yeah, because he has... If I can pull it up. It's interesting because you don't really think about it. When you look at Mando, right? Like, if I deconstruct this, I might be wrong, I might be right, we're about to find out. Like, this is where his shoulder is. This is where his forearm is. No, I got you, don't worry. It's just a thing that stood out to me with how, like, wide everything else is, but then how, like, structurally dense the torso is. So, like, if we deconstruct this a little bit, I feel like his crotch is about there. Like, that's where his leg kind of starts. Which means that his pelvis is right there. And then his rib cage is there. Right? And then you got all that spine. So that's about, yeah, it's about average for like his size, like a person that size. So you'll notice actually that where his belt is, I do it with a different color, is along here, which is right at like the bend, not even the bend, but above the bend of where the torso actually kind of like crunches in on itself. And then he has all of this space that kind of gets taken up by this like jacket. And then all of his plate is basically centered around the center mass of his torso. So it's all up here. So he's still able, theoretically, to bend right here. This is the bend of the body. So all of this gets to remain like structurally strong, while also still giving him movement and also having his legs be free as well, which is kind of lacking here with how dense this chest piece is because of how far it kind of falls down on the body, which I can. Because you have your ribs there, and then you immediately go into your hips, and then you got leg, and the leg, then arm, and then arm, and then head. Head very small. But that's kind of how you have the body roughly structured out. Which is very thick. I notice you draw very thick, large characters, which isn't bad. But I feel like in that thickness, sometimes you lose a little bit of, what's the word? It's not anatomy. Mobility? I don't know what the word is. There's a little bit of essence that you kind of lose. A little bit. But that's mostly just a design thing, which takes time and reworking and figuring shit out. Take it from me, a guy that redesigns everything like every week. But once again, I do really like your texturing. I always like your painterly way of going about things. I do feel like sometimes it does work against you a little bit. Kind of going back to the first one that we did of the cowboy, which was really, really cool. But I feel like sometimes, because you do a really good job texturing things, when there isn't texture, it actually pops out more than things that are textured. You draw a lot of muscular people. Could have fooled me. I think a very helpful thing, because what I assume you do is you draw form over structure, if that makes more sense. So you might do that thing where you block things out largely and then clean them up. So like here, for example, if I did my rough approximation, you probably do like, okay, this is where the head's going to be. This is where the body is going to be. This is the arm, the other arm, things like this, right? And you do the form, right? Kind of how things are going to feel and look. Rather than how I usually approach things, which is more so, all right, I'm going to start with my head, of course, and I'm going to do the full body, figure out where that goes. Then I'm going to do my rib cage. Well, I want this character to be a bit larger, so I'm going to do big rib cage. This is where they're going to bend at. This is where their legs are. They kind of go here and there, kind of like meeting out where blocks are supposed to go over time. But I kind of do it more like this. You know, I do my very, I draw from the ground up, from the skeleton up, which is how I usually like to do things. And you might, I say might because I can't, unless you tell me, I don't know. Might go, all right, here's like the head. There's like the body. There's the pelvis. There's arm. And then because you know muscle groups, you probably are able to connect these like super well to each other. Right, but I didn't do any of the it's a tiny wee wee. Like, you know, oh, this is where the rib cage is. Nowadays you have structure in mind. It's good to have both. It's good to be able to do both. Both is good. There's a time and place for both. But that's definitely how I read this. Is you probably blocked out. This is the chest. This is the arm. This is the other arm. And that's kind of also why I feel like you might actually lose your limbs a little bit. Or your extremities, more so. Like where the hands go. And they kind of fall to the wayside because they're not as important as like the larger structural pieces. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But that's also why I gotta do another, what is it? Oh fuck, what is it called? Figure drawing class. I gotta do another one of those with you guys at some point. Just to get you guys in, like, used to drawing, like, the whole body as quickly as possible. Just being able to do something like that. Or do, like, a little stick figure. I think teaching people how to do that is super helpful. Not even just in, like, anatomy, but just, like, figuring out poses. Because I do notice... Again, just because you're painterly, you do a lot of painting. That is very more mass-centered, like, forward than, like, what is it? Than, foundation or like structural. And I can definitely feel it in the way that you've rendered this because there is a great amount of care and thought being put into how this is rendered. Like even just looking at the helmet, you can see like the curvature. Not only just that, but like of your brush strokes, the understanding that it goes down and then it comes back out even. Even over here with the ring on the side of the head, like you can feel how this is like a little raised. This inner side is a little raised, and that this like yellow bit is a bit more depressed. There's this very subtle shade shift that starts here and it turns back, and then you have backlighting here, which is especially something you never see anybody really do or think about, having like a little bit of backlighting, and then doing it over here as well in the back of the collar, the armor as well, and then having this structure here. Like all of this stuff is super thought about. Like you definitely gave this thought, which shows that this wasn't like, oh, I'm gonna randomly like dump stuff on a page. It's like, no, you understand where you're rendering and why you're rendering. But because you're probably working at like a larger immediate block, you start to lose more of the not mechanical, what is it? The anatomical pieces. Like, hell, even just there being like a lack of like arm slit opening for like being able to move your arm up and down a little bit is like strange for how, again, just open the rest of the pieces of the armor actually are. Because this arm being this open like this definitely makes it feel like this is designed for somebody to move comfortably in. But then again, you come back to this like center part that actually, when you really look at it, doesn't have as much care put into it as like this top part of the armor. Up here, you can kind of see everything kind of dither away a little bit in the care as you get lower and lower down. Because this is wonderfully made. This is wonderfully cared for. Even just going like this close, this looks fantastic. Again, the one thing that's working against you is actually your wonderful texturing, because the second that it's gone, you feel it. You feel that it's gone here. You feel this lack of touch. Almost like you save this for later. Like this jewel and this part of the armor, this will come back later. When everything else has this, sketch to it, or this detail to it, or these lines to it. This all of a sudden feels almost unfinished. Even though it's probably technically the most finished part about it, because it doesn't have any like sections or wonk or jank. Same thing over here too with this like section here where the shading happens. Same vibe, right? Is that this is so perfectly blocked in, it kind of conflicts with the rest of everything else going on. This doesn't have, is it value? I'm going to say value. Here, let me give you a good example. I have to go to my Instagram for it. I'm pretty sure I posted it forever ago. So we had to do an exercise in my figure drawing class forever ago. And let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I get found it. And I cannot open. Okay, yeah. Spoop. So this is a not so great illustration. Well, illustration. This is a project that I had to do in my figure drawing class, or my drawing class in general. I forget which one it was. And I chose Axl Rose. Now, what this was meant to be is that our professor said, okay, you're going to go and you're going to get a black and white full, like 1080p image of any celebrity that you want. I chose Axl Rose because I was listening to a lot of Guns N' Roses at the time. And he's like, okay, now what you're going to do is you're going to section this image off into a bunch of different sections, right? You're going to make them all into cubes. And now what you're going to do is you're going to letter and number all those cubes. You can see the numbers over here, right? You're going to letter and number all of those, and then you're going to transcribe not the full image, just the value. Only the value. Right? That's it. You're not going to combine them. You're not going to make them look pretty. You're not caring about form. You're not caring about the nose. You're not caring about the eyes. You're not caring about the mouth. You're not caring about the ear. You don't give a shit about any of that. All you care about is getting the value of that tiny little cube. And that's exactly what this is. And you can see it too, even just in the face, like something where probably none of these little aspects, this is all done in charcoal, by the way. You can see how it gets like a little lighter here and then darker here. And then it's really dark in this one, but then it kind of like schmoves over and then becomes light down here. And then all of this is light. And then this gets kind of dark. And then see how that works? And then even just like seeing the chin again, all of these were done separately. I had like a giant, like, piece of paper that I would like, not staple, but I would paper clip it to the side of the drawing so I could only work on a cube. I couldn't look at any of the other cubes next to it. So all of this is done without looking at a cube next to it. I think the only ones that didn't include that are these over here. Like this kind of section, because that's just meant to fill in everything. But you can even see over here how it just like kind of becomes like a checkerboard mess. But this is still part of the image. Same thing happening over here is like, you can see, like if I was just to take a snapshot of like this, right? If I go in, take this. And then we take that little snapshot. Just this, and we just make it big. And we look at that. I mean, look at that. You can see, hopefully, the texturing. The differing in the colors that are happening. This little thing that's happening there. You can see that, I hope. It's very small. It's very, very minute. But that's exactly what I had to do in school, is look at this very small, tiny square and see how it applies to the rest of the image. And then the exact same thing cannot be said for these sections. That is almost the entire. That's one color. That has no texture to it at all. That has no change. That has no anything to it. It's almost the same. Which, when you get into it, makes it stand out more because it's just a giant block. Again, sometimes your painterliness and your texturing works against you just a little bit. But again, I can see, and I hope we can all see with our eyeballs, that you care very, very much about your texturing. And you have a very, very good grasp on doing it. Dying! Also, hi, Lucky. Welcome to the stream. What's your name? You do a very, very good job. You do a fantastic job with texturing. You're very, very good at rendering. We just gotta get you up there with your structure, with your bodily structure, and then also like a little bit of design. But again, the thing you gotta remember with that is that those are 3 different jobs, and you're doing all of them. This is the same thing like being a fucking comic artist, right? Oh, hi, Smooth. I figured it was you. I remembered you'd mentioned that last night. Same thing with like being a comic artist, right? Could you go about being more consistent with your textures throughout painting? Yeesh. I would say you don't need to be consistent. You just need to avoid blocks like this. Because I'll say that like the mark making you have on your arm here and here, not consistent. Maybe even the same brush down here, not consistent, right? None of this needs to be necessarily consistent. You just need to avoid these blocks. So if there's ever a section of the armor or ever a section of your piece that kind of has a block like this, I would work it. I would do something to it. I would add maybe a little bit of darkness kind of coming out here a little bit. Maybe add a little more rust or texture or something. Add a little bit more texture to these kind of flat zones. Especially with this crystal here too, in the center of the body. I would give it the same treatment that you gave like the ring and the visor. I think that would look beautiful. I think that would look really cool. Even just like a little bit of texture makes it pop out a bit more than it just being like a flat plane. If we go way back to, that's not you. put you in a folder. We go back way here, right? Get rid of the Mando. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. Like over here, even with this texturing that you have in the face, it actually doesn't take away from these big blocks here. Purely because the big blocks themselves are kind of their own shapes. And they also have like a little bit of texturing in them themselves. Like even here, this is all one color. Even here, this is all one color. But it doesn't take away from anything or even really stand out in a negative way. It stands out on its own, but it doesn't, you know, it doesn't do anything wrong. But over here, how you have this like kind of bubbly texture on the collar, that's really cool. But if you took this bubbly texture and you only applied it to the shoulder pad over here, it's going to conflict over here because you don't have it. You would need it on both. Right? So it's like, all right, if you make the decision to add a texture somewhere, you kind of have to work it in everywhere else where it would kind of make sense. Or draw attention away from it a little bit. It's like you're kind of, again, your texturing works against you because in moments where you either are lazy and don't want to do something, or you don't care as much about a certain spot, that spot is actually going to attract more attention because it doesn't look like anything else, rather than if you did just kind of like throw on some random splotch. Even if it doesn't like necessarily look good, even just a random splotch that is more consistent is going to be nicer. And then that kind of makes you have to work a bit more on everything that you do, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's just like more work for you, really. Again, if we go back to this, all of this is super textured, but then you get to this little plate, this little part of the plate carrier. This is so bland, it looks unfinished. Even though technically, by like some unknown margin, this is technically the most finished version because it's like the most clean, you know? How messy everything is compared to how clean it is. Because there's more mess than clean, it makes the clean stand out. I hope that made sense. Ultimately, what I'm saying is that you're really good at rendering shit and you should render more because it looks really nice and it's appealing to look at. Sorry. Didn't mean to let out the fucking 40-year-old boomer into the room. I just gotta sneeze like one. I will not do that. I am proud of my cute sneezes. I work very hard on those. How's YouTube doing? Oh, YouTube looks to be back. That's good. Anyone else? Oh, this is from 2023 too. So this is 3 years ago. Shit. Oh, and I didn't even read it in the other one. The other two were from 2023 as well. Which is interesting that the one that I liked more is the first one that you did, and then the one that I didn't like as much was the more recent one, technically. Very interesting. And then this one happened 22 days after the second one. It's very interesting. Very cool. Hell yeah, Hold. No, you do good work. You do good muscle mommy work. I see your taste. Is there anything else I can bitch about? I don't really think so. All right, kiddos. Hang on. So when does this come out? I'm curious to know what time. What time does MH update Wednesday? Here we go. Oh. Huh? A maintenance post over on X. Maintenance estimated end times. ET February 17th, 9:30. Hold on. No. 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 Hang on. We might play Monster Hunter for the rest of the night. Maybe. Let's see. But that's everyone's crit done. Hopefully everyone's a little happy with what I talked about. I think you guys did fantastic work across the board. And I'm excited to see you guys make more stuff. Go make shit. As you should. For sure. Go make stuff. It's me waving my wand at you. Go make stuff. It's optimizing game data. Why is it doing that? If there wasn't an update. Does this mean I can get Glass Greatsword, or is it still coming out tomorrow? I think how I've ruled that in the past is that you can just post them to picture share. I can't like critique it like I can like digital art and stuff like that, just because it's like I don't know anything about painting miniatures in general, but I like to see them. I kind of put miniatures and cosplay like in the same vein, where it's like I'm too stupid to know how to talk about them good. So y'all can just post whatever when it comes to that. I don't mind at all. And most people like seeing them anyways. Which one's the... I have cinnamon bites. Oh boy, come. Sorry. It's me opening the packet of ice. I'm sorry. The inner demons won. It's like that one time I was at home. I was at the new house with my family. And I had for the first time ever made a what is it? Made a well, have a good night, Hollowed. I made a what is it? A soft-boiled egg. That's it. I made a soft-boiled egg. I had never made one before. I made one for the first time. And I put it in my mouth. And it was really good. It was really yummy. It was really good. And I ran up into my brother's room, pushed open his door. He had just woken up, just sat at his computer, just turned it on, and it went, dude, I just had an egg come in my mouth and it was awesome. And he's like, the fuck? I just woke up. What the hell is your problem? I'm like, I'm gonna go make another one. And then I ran all the way back downstairs. Also, no problem, Travis. I'm glad you got I'm happy you showed me stuff. I like seeing stuff. Stuff is cool. But yeah, that's the story of how I told my brother that an egg came in my mouth. It was funny. I love bread. Bread is so good. Do you guys also like bread? I like bread. Wait, is it out? It actually looks like it's out. Hold on. Oh! Right. Festival of Accord. Holy shit, it's out. Oh, and I get the special supplies. Hell yeah. Freedom from Solitude, Hunty Arc-Tempered Arkveld. I wanna fight it. I wanna fight it really bad. Okay. Kiddos. So here's the vibe. I'm actually going to end stream right now. And we will be right back with yet another stream for Monster Hunter. And we will be playing Monster Hunter for the rest of the night. So, I'm going to end stream, going to start another stream, going to link off to that stream. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome, cool. So, this is the end of stream. Give it a minute. I'll end it. And then I'll ping off to the next one. Got it? Cool. Awesome. Glad we can agree on that. All right. I'll see you guys in like 5 minutes.